Good evening, chat. What? Hold on. Why am I so small? There we go. Anyways, good evening, chat. Hello. Welcome to the Thursday night. Wow. It is an off day. It is an off day. Welcome to Friday night. Yes, chat, it is Friday night. We've got some interesting stuff to talk about, particularly the saga of Russell Greer. Yes. There have been some updates, and woo-wee, as I said in the thumbnail, Russell appears to be, a real estate tycoon, or trying to be one at the very least. So we're going to take a look at that and see what Russell is up to. I found the Unabomber hoodie. Yes, I did. Probably much to the chagrin of a 2.0. And why is Rumble not working tonight? That's frustrating. Guys, we are live, supposed to be live on Rumble tonight as well. We're going to try it. I'm going to get this set up because I know you guys like Rumbles here. So we're going to do Rumble real quick. Why is it not working? Well, hold on. I don't know why. Well, let's see here. But yes, Russell Greer is the topic of tonight's event. And there's a lot of court filings, but we're going to breeze through a bunch of them because we really need to get to the ones towards the end, which are really the most humorous, and where Matthew Harden does his best to be a detective and does a little sneepy snooping around. And we find out a lot about what Russell's been up to lately. And it's not really a shock to anybody who's been following along with things, but it is hilarious to see it like IRL, Russell in the wild. Because certainly he probably didn't expect this to happen. And 2.0 saying, where'd you find the hoodie, babe? Was it exactly where I said it would be hanging up? Well, no, you said it was in the car for a while. You said it was in the car for a while. It was not in the car. It was not in the car. So, just, it's okay. It's okay to take an L, sweetheart. It's okay. You can take one once in a while. You can take one. So, it's all right, 2.0. I still love you even if you take the L. So, you don't have to worry about it. All right, guys. So, let's see here. Rumble should be up and running now. And hold on one second, guys. I need to. All right. Let's get to this. Before we get too far here, somebody just asked a question. Beautiful Waterfall says, who is Russell Greer? So Russell Greer is the epitome of a law cow. He is a guy who lives out in Nevada and Utah. Nevada, whatever you want to. I'm sure people in Nevada are going to get mad at that, or Nevada, whatever it is. The place where Las Vegas is. And he is out there. So Russell Greer is a gentleman who has a page here on the farms. And Russell Greer is a vexatious litigant. He sues everybody all the time. And Russell Greer is a person who suffers from what's called Mobius syndrome. And he suffers it's a result. He suffers from facial paralysis. And if you guys have never seen a picture of him, this is who Russell Greer is right here in all his glory. This is Russell Greer. And Russell Greer has a tough time getting women. Now, maybe it's because of his face. Maybe it's because he's quite stalkerish in nature. We don't really know. Probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. But Russell Greer has this obsession with trying to, sue Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande, among other people, to give him dates, to listen to his music and things like that. He has a lot of delusions of grandeur. Russell Greer also has a penchant for hookers. I'm not joking. He does have a penchant for hookers. He has sued a hooker because as part of his night out with her, he took her to Olive Garden and she figured out how to run out the clock and she ran out the meter. And then Russell was left holding his hat in his hand and didn't get to screw her. And he tried to sue her for that. He's tried to sue a lot of people for a lot of things. He terrorizes people with lawsuits. And right now, he's terrorizing Kiwi Farms and also Josh Moon, the proprietor of Kiwi Farms. So I hope that kind of answers it for you. If you want to go see his page on the farms, you can learn a lot more about him. But basically, he's a lunatic. He is a lunatic. So, yes, a $4,000 Olive Garden trip. Yep. Well, Erica says, Olive Garden, come on. Well, where are you going to take a hooker? Seriously, though, he bought a hooker for the night. You ain't taking her to the steakhouse. Why would you do that? She's a hoe. You don't take, like, the hoes go to Olive Garden. That's what they're hoes. That's what they deserve. I mean, are you going to tell me they deserve something better? I would highly disagree with you. And Ag says, yes, this is Russell Greer's thing. And his penchant for hookers is part of the reason why Russell's going to have some trouble here. A Mobius syndrome. Oh, Mobius is the name of the planet Sonic the Hedgehog lives on. Duh. Morbius syndrome. Sorry. Not Mobius. Would you? Because like that's fair. Yeah. I once had a hooker want me to take her to B-Dubs. Well, there you go. That's even better value for your hooker. Or Applebee's. Perfect. Cat Madison says Hannah Reid is out of prison. Good stuff. Guys, you remember Hannah Reid is the armorer on the set of Rust, who gave Alec Baldwin a loaded gun. And when Alec Baldwin did his audition for the Wagner PMC group, he murdered a Ukrainian woman. And he passed with flying colors. So yeah, she did quite a bit of jail time on that. So good. I'm glad she's out of prison. All right. So real quick, we got a couple things we need to address here. First one is Unhung Hero for 50 subs. Let's I don't just coming right in hot and heavy. Just looking at all the grays and just making sure they know they're not welcome.
See this? That means not welcome.
That's right, chat. Not welcome. That's right, Gray. See this green? Not welcome. That's what that means. But Unhung Hero, thank you for that. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for your support. If you guys got something from him, please tell him thank you. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Shugi Show says, thought the brothel was a new type of sandwich. Hey, some people think Nolan's lying about the body cam thoughts. Should I not get my hopes up? I'll put it like this. Nola's in striking distance. As you know, give it some time. I've been read in on a couple of things. The game is afoot, chat. I can say that the game is afoot. I'll leave it that way. Geopathic for $10. Thank you. Saying just did my 4473 for an Arasaka Type 99. Is that the well, are you getting the paratroop model? Has all matching numbers in the Imperial seal. It's a good day. Well, yeah, and anytime you can find the Arasaka with the chrysanthemum on it, does it come with the dust cover? But yeah, are you getting the paratrooper one that breaks in half? Those are cool. But there you go. Those are always nice. They're neat. They are neat. So, congrats. Hope you're getting a decent price on it. It's never a bad day to buy a gun. Jefferson Post says, "Oh no, he's confused and looking at the ceiling cats." Yes, although technically, to be fair, there's a cat tree right behind my monitor that's like right now I'm pointing at it. So it's like there's kind of like a ceiling cat in real life. Sleazy says, you think you're starting early, so you don't. I mean, I don't miss the casino. Well, we're going to go long. We're going deep on this one. Whiskey 77 for 99 cents. Thank you. Oh, all right. So, iSpread said everyone deserves better than Olive Garden. I don't know, man. If you're willing to give a host something better than Olive Garden, I guess that makes you a better person than me. I mean, as long as you're not murdering them at a truck stop, you're doing good for them. Real quick, chat. We do have a mail. This one's heavy, and it doesn't. There's no wires, but there is a hole in it. And it's kind of big, so I don't know. We'll see what this is. Does not smell like nitro. I don't smell RDX or TNT that's poorly manufactured. So maybe this is okay. Maybe it's a bunch of ricin. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. You know, you hear all these streamers like, I get death threats and shit. And I'm like, I never get anything like fun like that. Are you kidding me? Then I could kill somebody on stream. It'd be great. And as a defense attorney, it'd be even better. It's like, that's Hannah Montana level shit. I'd be getting the best of both worlds. Street cred and like extra views. Okay, I don't know who. Jesus, this is heavy. What is this? Okay. There is no note. Chad, if you don't give me a note, I don't know who to thank. Although for some of you, you're probably thinking, then I don't know who to ban. All right, so what do we got here? Okay. Is it a lightsaber? It's a lawnmower blade. 2 of them. So is this for me to go out and forge something into? Because if that is, this is good stuff. This is high quality. If it's for my lawnmower, these do not fit on my lawnmower. So I'm hoping it's the first thing, because that's what I think I'm going to do with these. So make a sling blade. Yes, I could do a lot with that. Am I opening my neighbor's mail? No, this came to me at the post office. Yes, lawnmower blades make great knives. So do leaf springs. And that's the best steel I've ever seen that you can scrounge around are hay rake tines. Those things are fucking hard as woodpecker's lips. They are a bitch to work, but you can make some cool shit with those. But I have an idea on something I can do with these. So whoever got these, thank you so much. I got an idea for the summer. They're loud. Just a bit loud. Just a bit loud. Second thing. Let's see what this is. This came, I think this one is from Haschick. So we'll see here. I think this is the one from Haschick. I'm going to make a helicopter. Yes, I'm making a helicopter so I can throw communist out of it. That's the ticket, chat. In before the Gundam or ship 40K. Well, okay. Okay, well, there's a card. It says, Sean, here's your nightmare. Feel free to hang it outside, LOL. From Haschick. Say, it passed the 2-foot drop test, but I cannot guarantee more than that, or that a leg won't break off during... Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this a fucking spider or something? Fucking nervous now. Should have got 2.0 to open this for me. I'm a little girl when it comes to this shit. All right, well, where is my trash can? Hold on here. I'm gonna grab the trash can, guys, because there's so much insulation on this thing. It has been like overly insulated. So I'm gonna take care of that. So here we go. So 2.0 can't save me now. Get my emotional support Clyde ready. Well, must be an expensive model. Male spiders number to Sean 1, 2, and 4. I'll burn the fucking house down. So joke's on you. Joke's on you. I burn the house down. We'll start all over. Oh my God. This is terrifying to me. Like, I know it's not real. I know it's not real. But, oh, buddy. This, Thank you, Has Chick. Thank you. And now my anxiety is like through the fucking roof. It's not real. It's not real, fat man. It's not real. Just keep telling yourself it's not real. Well, thank you so much. God damn. God damn. I don't know if you can hear 2.0 cackling away. I think she already knew. Oh. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's not real, Sean. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. Don't need to, It's not real. It's not real. It's not real. It's a big spider. It's not real. I also need to do this right now. So if I found a spider that big, I'd be putting this would be going in my mouth. All right. God damn. What about my vagina? My vagina's puckering. You're goddamn right it's puckering. You are right, my vagina's puckering. I ain't afraid to... You call me a faggot all day long, and I'll be walking around over here saying, hey, what's up, when no spiders around me. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. This will go on my farms page. I'm afraid of spiders. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. That's totally fine. You tell the world I'm afraid of spiders. Tell the world. They already know. Dave says, why do you have a jacket on? It's like 55 degrees here today, and I've, it's a little cold out. I'm a little chilly. I'm chilly today. I'm a little delicate flower. Did you see the legs move? Yes, they do move. They're free moving. Oh, not real. All right. So real quick, I saw another Blade 2.0. That's right, chat. Better than a knife, but a knife made with a new blade, Blade 2.0. It's even sharper. It's a new member re-up. Thank you. Thank you for the support. And Unhung Hero says, I bought a Glock 17 earlier today, had to buy 10-round mags. Illinois sucks. And I couldn't keep the 17 one it came with. Well, that sucks. One day you will. By God, we will have our home again. You will too. One day. Useful Mistake is a new member. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. And then the Mark Green Experience for 50 subs. Let's fucking go tonight, chat. Let's go after this. Fucking Grays and Russell Greer, you got nowhere to hide. Just we find the Grays, and there's only one thing to do when you find a Gray. Just making it rain memberships right here, Mark. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Useful Mistake gifting 5 more subs. Thank you. It's time to go, guys. We fucked around. It's 20 minutes. We got to get into this. Casey, did I set up my other monitor yet? Yes, it's up. Oh. So. But yeah, it's been a shitty cold day today. And we're going to have a probably shitty kind of weekend here in Ohio. Like, it might get warmer, but it's actually kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But let's get to this. So, guys, Russell Greer has sued Kiwi Farms under the theory of contributory copyright infringement because Russell Greer, among other things, wrote a book title about like how I sued Taylor Swift and why I became known as a crazy, obsessive and vexatious litigant. That was published up there, but also Russell Greer commissioned songs as he did to try to do various things. And those songs were put on a Google Drive. The link to that Google Drive is placed on the farms. And Russell Greer has sued the farms for contributory copyright infringement under the theory that the farms, by not taking it down and by mocking Russell Greer and bringing news to it, contributed to people continuing to go along with it, and they didn't take it down. Now, Russell did not sue Google because you'd think, wow, it's on Google Drive. That's a necessary party. And I discussed that with Matthew Harden, but, is what it is for now. It is what it is for now. But those are the things that's going on. This case was initially dismissed. Russell Greer appealed this to the 10th Circuit. The 10th Circuit, because it's Kiwi Farms, actually agreed with Russell and said, hey, he has a plausible claim. So the case came back. And then in 2024, Hardin and Null were able to get it sent to Florida. And then Russell Greer told a bunch of bullshit lies in Florida and got it sent back to Utah. So there we go. There we go. That's where we are. But yes, if you guys, Russell Greer sued everybody, including America's Got Talent, Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande. If you're a halfway attractive woman and you didn't jiggle his wiener, he'll probably try to sue you. So be careful around him. Be careful around him. Thankfully, he's not violent. He's relatively harmless, but he is still a massive creep. Yes, he's absolutely bullshit lying, everything Russell says. So let's get to the documents that we have. Because when we stopped, guys, when we stopped in this case, we were dealing with, and if you look at the docket, this is a massive docket now because this goes on forever. I mean, it's the court case that never ends. I mean, they're up to 300 filings already. And you can find this one because it's such a non-standard names, Greer v. Moon. You could just go right into Court Listener instead of Pacer, and you can find it. And we are in the heat of the court case here. Wow, I got so many tabs open. It's like a Kirsche stream. Got so many fucking tabs right now. Guys, I didn't get to all the super chats. We'll get to those in a second. We need to get into some of the things here. Otherwise, we're going to read everything real quick here. But let me take a look. Hold on. I got to get... Why is the picture mode is too damn bright? There we go. Hold on here. And speaking of that, Kirsch's back in the fight. Spud gun for £2 sterling. The King Sterling says that's a whole box of nope. I'm with you, Sean. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that because, yeah, that's a whole box of nope for me, too. Every day of the year, twice on Sunday, a whole box of nope. Yes, I have 47 emotional support tabs. Well, I'm going to take a screenshot of how many tabs I have for later. Like, here's how many we got. There's a million fucking tabs right now. All right. So while we were doing this and we dealt with the Court Listener case here, we're going to Court Listener instead of Pacer. This allows you to take a look at the case and you can do it from descending order. So we stopped roughly about this point here, about April 5th. So when we did it, we were here. We were at this point right here. So that's our cutoff line. April 3rd. So from here, there were a bunch of things put together. One of them was the motion to dismiss by the farms. And we are going to start right there. Let's get started with that. This is pretty basic because when we covered the Russell Greer's amended complaint, he talked about new parties being added. And two of them are members of the farms. Joseph Martelli, and Rustard. There are two names of people on the farms that Russell has added who are contributing to the copyright. And for those, what are you going to do with those? How are you going to find these people? Like, what do you do with them? Because remember, Russell is jerked around the court so much now that he received $1,000 sanction instead of the $5,000 sanction. Russell has lied about multiple parties being involved in their knowledge in the case. He lied about his ex-dead teacher friend. A lot of stuff that has gone on there. And yes, they're not even active users anymore, too. So this is we're skipping ahead here, and this is a supplemental authority that Matthew Hard filed, and this is back on the 30th of April, so just under a month ago. So they wanted to bring up what Russell's been doing. Russell sent a discovery request, and they're just like, this is just all stupidity from Russell at this point. So what happened? Russell Greer served a discovery request, which is attached. A cursory review of the request sent on the eve of a hearing, notwithstanding that discovery of this matter has been open since late 2024, illustrates why a stay or other relief is necessary. And that's part of the issue here. Matthew Hardin saying we need to pause because there's so many motions and so many actions that are pending the court hasn't ruled on. And because of Russell Greer's poor conduct. So they indicate that Russell's never indicated in his disclosures that the two John Does identified as Rustard and Mosef Jartelli have any discoverable information. And they say Mr. Greer identified only two individuals who possessed the information: Nathan, his brother, and his dad, Scott. And then later he admitted those two individuals didn't have information. And they point out that Russell's violated his obligations relating to disclosures under Rule 26. At this point, he's extraordinarily tardy. Yes, Russell's a tard, chat. And they say after waiting almost 5 years from filing this litigation to initiate discovery, Russell now claims he's entitled to responses on an expedited timeline. And he wants production of documents that are due within 30 days. And Russell claims that Josh should only be entitled to 15 days to respond. So they don't want, they're just like, what the fuck? How are we going to handle this? And from here, they cite Russell's request that he filed. And this is, hold on. Oh, we can't, hold on. Wait. Oh, I forgot this one, chat. I gotta do some tampon work for Russell here because he's gonna cry. He puts a name on public documents. He gonna cry. So we have to do that the right way. So there we go. There you go, Russell. Took care of it for you, buddy. So they talk about his request for document production. This request for document production here is very simple and very basic. So he wants the name and email addresses that were used to register the account of John Doe 1, Mosef Jartelli. The name and email addresses at account 2, Rustard. And you can have your attorney do it by May 15th, which is a very rare amount of time. So that's respectfully submitted, Russell Greer, and he's still not doing his my left foot signature anymore. So it's a little interesting. He's just doing it kind of like that. But so they also talk about here, and this is for Matthew Hardin, and this one I love it because the way Matthew responds to shit is so fucking funny. And when you hear him talk, it's even better because you can hear it in his voice. And he says, "Can you explain the basis why you're owed only a 15-day rather than 30 days? In addition, how is this proportional to your needs in light of the stipulation and your failure to oppose the motions that were previously done?" Remember, Russell Greer said, "I have no witnesses or evidence to present." So Matthew Hardin's like, "I'm curious. How does this work, Russell?" And Russell goes, "Nah," about it. And from here, Russell, remember, they have a hearing that's set for May 6th. And at this hearing, a lot of things are going to be decided. And Russell Greer files something rather interesting. He files what's known as a emergency request for a continuance. It's an emergency. He's declaring an emergency, chat. He's declaring an emergency. You're like, wow, what is the emergency? What's going to happen here? So what did Russell Greer do? Well, this is where we start to get to the story that what we're getting into here. So pursuant to Federal Rule 40, he files this emergency request. It's an emergency! Emergency! So the court set a Zoom hearing for 5/6/25. It did. Plaintiff had this calendar for 2 months, and it's been that way. On May 1st, the plaintiff was informed he had to be at a business meeting in rural Nevada on 5/6/25. Very oddly taking place at the same time as the court hearing. Why is it oddly? Why is it very odd? Why is it very odd? Are these people collaborating with the court? How is it very odd, Russell? That doesn't make much sense here. But whatever. Plaintiff has tried to see if the meeting is scheduled, and he was told no. He requests a continuance for another month to 6/6/25. And this is what you have to cite why the good cause. It says this court has frequently allowed the defendants to postpone deadlines because of Mr. Hard's commitments to other clients, aka other business ventures unrelated to this case. That's a little different than just saying you have a business meeting. That's a little different. Although they were unrelated, such a relief of an extension was granted. Respectfully, not allowing plaintiff to seek the same relief in this would be arbitrary. I mean, would it? That's a $10 word for Russell. The plaintiff will be in a rural area with probably not the best cell service. And so even attempting to be on the hearing will be problematic and difficult for this court to communicate with the plaintiff, who has already had a hard time communicating because of his facial disability. Yes, as I said, guys, he has the Morbius syndrome. He has the facial paralysis. So yes, we're going to hear him talk. And yes, it can be a bit of a slog. So they said plaintiff has still not filed a response to the motion to dismiss. The plaintiff has 28 days to respond. The 28th day would be May 12th. Hearing every motion except the motion to dismiss, which seems to be the most important, wouldn't be judicially economical. Now, that's actually a fair argument, that there's motions pending. Therefore, he requests after the date of the 12th, so the responses can be all heard at once. And based on these points, he asked that it be continued. And he does Russell Greer, and he does my left foot. And he does it. He does it, chat. You're like, okay. That's actually, he made a couple of decent arguments. Yes, it's morbid time. Oh. So, what is these experience points things? That's something I got to figure out where I shut it off at, but it's something YouTube is trying to do to like get people more involved. It's trying to get you to consume and do and engage and make comments and yeah. You're competing for a piece of flair, basically. So, yes, it's a scribble. Although, you know what? Having a signature like that, it's a scribble. It's all scribbles. It's 100 XP if you build an end tower. See, here's the thing, though, chat. If you're new, you can't build an N-word tower by yourself. N-word towers are community exercises. So, just so you understand, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. So that is he did certificate of service. Matthew Harden did respond to this, and they oppose it. And they say that there's an emergency, but it's not. Where's the emergency? And I think that's a very good point. What is the actual emergency? Instead, plaintiff admits this matter has been on his calendar and the courts for 2 months, but indicates he would rather attend a business meeting than attend a hearing in litigation he began. Very critical point. This is Russell's fault. Plaintiff also made no attempt to confer with the defense as to their schedule availability and unilaterally proposes a 30-day continuance. The request is manifestly prejudicial. First, the defense has been awarded sanctions against Russell, and Russell's filed a motion to be bonded out of those sanctions and stayed. Those sanctions were intended to compensate the costs which have arisen from the misconduct, But absent payment of the sanctions, the defense is being forced to continue to bear the cost of the litigation. And Russell's misconduct is being done without recompense. They point out that Russell has suddenly decided that discovery should be taken from Josh Moon in his case. Despite the fact that he did not oppose the prior motion to stay discovery, which is currently set to be heard on May 6th, and Russell's not done anything at this point, except stipulated no individual has been disclosed by the plaintiff other than his brother and his dad. And they say that Russell is now recently serving additional discovery, which become due prior to his proposed hearing date. And they said there's ample question whether Greer is entitled to proceed in forma pauperis, meaning Russell doesn't have to pay the $400 filing fees. That's how these guys get around this. They're broke as a joke. And how do they file these lawsuits? Acer Thorne does this. A lot of these lolcows do, because they go into the court and say, Your Honor, I'm Poe. And they show that they're Poe, and the court allows them to file because $400 a pop, well, that would eat into your budget if you're a shitbag. So they point out that explaining that Mr. Greer was financially able to pay the $1,000, but he didn't want to. And Greer now claims to have emergency business and activities in Nevada. Now, this is the thing. There's been some sussing about stuff where he previously attempted to purchase one or more brothels. And this is when Greer went to the police about the protection order and the harassment. He told police he was seeking to purchase a brothel worth $1.2 million. Greer says he did not try to purchase the brothel, although he would have loved to also manage it. Yes, Russell would have been, he'd be the stable master for all the horrors. But instead attempted to purchase a brothel worth up to $100,000. Greer can't claim that he has so much wealth he needs to skip court to attend business meetings, and also so little he should be entitled to cost the defendants endlessly thousands of dollars while proceeding as a brokey. So they go on to point out that this is prejudicial. And they point out that the court scheduled this hearing in early March when Greer's unknown identified associates did not request his presence until May 1st. And yeah, this is not fair. That part's not fair. So they say he later can't complain of inconvenience while imposing burdens on everyone else. And they said, no, we shouldn't be allowed to do that. And guess what the court did? The court came out with an order. And the court said the plaintiff has failed to demonstrate the existence of an emergency. So the hearing is set for May 6th at 1 p.m. before the magistrate, Judge Jared Bennett, signed by the magistrate on May 2nd. Judge is like, yeah, we ain't fucking around with this. So, Russell's like, uh-oh, well, what do I do now? Well, guess what? You have the hearing. And at this point, we are now to the point of it is now, well, what do you do? Well, we have one more motion before we get to we have one more thing that was filed before we get to the audio of the hearing. And this hearing and this notice is another notice of supplemental authority. And Matthew Harden just files these, like, I've never seen a case where so many of these are filed all the time. This is truly, truly ridiculous. The amount of them. I'm not saying Matthew Harden is being ridiculous, but the total number of these is borderline insane. So, well, just as Russell show up, we're going to get to that. Okay. So the defendants notice a supplemental authority. So they point out here that they wanted the current status of Russell Greer's discovery request. And they point out his newfound belief that immediate discovery is necessary from Josh, despite his failure to oppose the motion to stay, and his stipulation that no other individuals had any information. And this is where a lawyer will box people in. Russell is saying, well, I want this stuff. And Russell is now getting boxed in because he made these prior statements. This is why you don't deal with an attorney by yourself, because he will tie your tongue to every tree he could find. So they point out that he's respond to the defendant's inquiries. And on May 5th, he responded to an email. Greer failed to explain any legal basis for a belief he's entitled to expedited discovery. Greer also stated he would not go back and forth and confer with the defendants in respect for the discovery request. You're supposed to. And meet and confers will require at times back and forth to suss out the issues. Sometimes there's negotiations. You actually have to go through things at this point. Yes, Matthew Hardin is having fun and he's doing a great time of it. So he does show here and he does bring up the actual, meet and confer emails. And once again, he publishes those. And we start here at the bottom where Russell says, "Good morning. Please find attached my request for documents." And then Matthew says, "Can you explain the basis for your assertion why we're entitled 13 days or 15 days?" And then he says, furthermore, he says, "You didn't respond to my April 30th correspondence. If you don't respond or cite some authority, I will assume you now agree it's 30 days is the proper deadline." I love this. It's like, well, if you're not going to respond, I'm assuming you're okay with me. And you'll agree that 30 days is the proper deadline under Rule 33 and that you've withdrawn your demand. Why? I do this and I put it where it's supposed to be. And it jerks me around. So Russell responds with, "Hello. It's relevant because I need to find these John Does and serve them. But I'm not going to go back and forth on this. I'll just file a motion for the information." Yeah, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. You actually have to work at it, Russell. But with that said, guys, we actually get to the hearing. And before we get too far on this, I do want to bring it up. This guy here, Reactionary, over on the farms, I want to give him all the credit. He put some stuff up where we can see the hearings. I went and bought the hearing audio from the court for a staggering $34, Chad. Broke my back. And I had to go turn tricks on the street for it. But with that, we got the audio of the hearing. Reactionary put it through some AI and got it color-coded so we can see parties talking and communicating. And he did the work on that. He also had posted and did some work on the other thing we're going to show, the other interactive exhibit. But what are we going to show first? Well, we have, from Russell, we have the actual audio hearing. So this one is a court copy, so we're going to go through it. And we're not going to listen to the whole thing, Chad. It's 45 minutes long. But we do want to, I think, discuss a nice little bit of this here. And we're going to listen to it at a little bit faster rate of speed, just so we're kind of able to move along here. But if you guys have never heard Russell talk, this is a great way to hear him in action. So when you see the white, that is the magistrate. When you see the blue, it's Matthew Hardin. And when you see the green, it's Russell Greer. Yes, this is the May 6th hearing. This is the May 6th hearing. This is the hearing Russell tried to get rescheduled. So we're just going to skip ahead here and kind of get some stuff going in the last little bit. So we're going to start right here.
And Hardin, you focus quite heavily on the fact that a Rule 11 motion or sanction should be imposed, but help me understand in the context of the factors that I have to consider what that sanction should be and why.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a tough question I grappled with, and I think that's why you don't see it in the briefing as to what the exact remedy is. I think the briefing asks for appropriate sanctions because it's such a tough question at this point. I think that at a minimum, attorney's fees relating to Steve Taylor and the protective order issue need to be awarded because we've incurred great costs and expense. But I don't think that that unrings the bell. I think that, in fact, the prejudice is much more extensive because...
This is Matthew Hardin, obviously. It's obviously not Russell because this is very coherent, competent lawyer talk.
Now we're back in Utah, where we probably shouldn't be. Mr. Moon has a declaration in the record that he resides in Florida. We successfully moved it to Florida. We're back in Utah. I think that the whole case has really been on a bad trajectory as a result of this misconduct. I'm sorry about that, Your Honor. I think that the case is really on a bad track because of that. I think that really sanctions should be terminating the case at this point, because I think that in conjunction with some other stuff that we're going to talk about in just a minute, I think that it's clear that there's no way for this case to proceed because he has no witnesses. There's nowhere for this case to go. This case is on an incredibly bad track, and I think that the right thing to do is to terminate the case because the judicial system has been so badly misused. Thank you.
Mr. Greer, thoughts on that?
Okay, so I have written evidence that was saying that Joshua Moon was living overseas. If he's living in Florida, he needs to provide some sort of address. I have been trying to put law enforcement to track this individual down because he has been stopping me for 8 years.
None of that matters. Josh Moon's residence, you can live abroad and have a residence somewhere. The fact he's living abroad or has lived abroad doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter at all to what he's doing. So this is just nonsense by Russell. What's going on here? Got a note from my producer. Apparently there's a we may have to watch this later. Or there might be some breaking evidence or breaking news over in some other spots. Not related to this chat, related to another lolcow. But we're going to keep going on this. But yes, this whole thing, and it's not about him getting served, Mavka. It's about serving him with a restraining order. Because he wants to have a restraining order put against Josh and the farms because they're stalking him. No, it's not about the police footage. Like I said, guys, that is coming. Noel's in striking distance, but not yet. Not yet. The body cams, unless Noel's doing a fast one on me. So. If it's related to a fat cow, you better swap topics soon. No, it's not. It's not. Oh. So. Is it about Boss Man Jack getting arrested? No. Is it about Ralph getting arrested? No. Ralph getting arrested is kind of like, dog bites mailman. Like, that happens all the time. And he's still going to get out of it better than Nick can. So Ralph is okay. Ralph can take care of himself. But let's keep going.
Here's part of the problem why I can't do anything is I don't know where he lives. I can't do anything. As for this case not being in Utah, no, defendants have directed their conduct towards me when I was living in Utah, and so that gave rise to damages. I have not misused the legal system at all. I admit I'm pro se. I've messed up on some stuff, but there's nothing that hasn't made the case unwinnable. I have photographs of Joshua posting my copyrights online. It's not just my copyrights. He does it to everyone. There's something seriously wrong with this person, and the court needs to do something and stop this conduct. That's why I filed it, because a simple, sir, can you please leave me alone, was not stopping this. So I had to pursue legal action.
Well, Mr. Greer, I understand why, from your point of view, you're pursuing legal action. The thing is, though, is when we're pursuing legal action, we have to do it according to law. And so that's what we're trying to determine here is we have to, when you make representations to the court, they have to be correct. I mean, they have to have an arguable basis. They have to be based in some sort of a past research, a past investigation. It was reasonable under the circumstances. It doesn't have to be perfect, and there are certainly room for mistakes. But when we don't investigate appropriately and make representations recklessly without having a solid basis for it, and we then go through the process in order to discover whether those allegations or those statements are true, and people spend time and money on evaluating those, and it turns out they weren't true to begin with. Therein lies the problem. And that's what I'm going to have to address in this Rule 11 issue, is whether whether that's what's happened here or not. So I'm going to take it under advisement. We'll look at both prongs of the Rule 11 inquiry to determine whether Rule 11B was violated, and if so, what the appropriate sanctions are. And I'll issue an order as soon as that is ready to go.
We're gonna have to come
Let's
back
now
to
turn
that.
to the third category of things we're here to decide today, and that is the motion to stay. This is ECF number 245, which is to stay discovery on the amended complaint until everyone is.
So Russell's complaining about how he's getting stalked and it's horrible. It's not fun. We're gonna just move ahead here a little bit. to, obviously the hearing goes on and on and on. The last couple minutes of this are not bad to listen to here. So we'll just kind of pop into it and so you guys can hear the end of this. And the magistrate's making a point of, it's an interlocutory order, which Greer can ask the judge to stay the payments if he wants to. And we're going to get to that now.
Order, which Mr. Greer points out in his filing, certainly correct. He can ask Judge Barlow to stay the $1,000 payment if he'd like. But again, I can't do that. I can't stay a district court judge's order. That's not something that's given to me since Judge Barlow has already decided that matter. So I can't rule on ECF number 251 because it's not something that I can rule on. And to the extent it's done under Rule 62B, it's improper because Rule 62B doesn't apply to this situation. So I would deny it under Rule 62B because it's not applicable. But if you want to, but you do have the right to ask Judge Barlow to stay whatever.
And useful mistake, you're right. The judge disagrees with the magistrate. And ultimately, that's going to be a interpretation of things. And I think the judge is correct. So
you think needs to be stayed, but it has to go to Judge Barlow and under his inherent authority instead of under Rule 62B. Does that make sense, Mr. Greer?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Okay. Let's now turn to the informal pauperous determination motions. This is ECF number 253. And
so part of this, guys, Russell has 30 days, so June 9th, to pay the $1,000. No more bullshitting, no more stalling.
ECF number 258. It seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Harden, but ECF 2.
No. Useful mistake. When I'm talking about the judge, he's technically a magistrate judge, the guy they're in front of right now. Yes, his official term is the magistrate judge, but I'm calling him the magistrate. When I'm talking about the judge, I'm talking about the guy appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate, the actual federal judge. So, yes, press X to doubt that Russell understands. Well, we're going to get to this.
58, which is asking for a rescreening of the amended complaint, is somewhat of an alternative motion because if Mr. Greer is no longer capable of proceeding in form of pauperous, if he's able to pay his filing fee, then it seems to me that there would be, and if he were to do so, there'd be no magistrate judge review at all. It would simply proceed like any other case would. And so it seems to me that ECF 258 really is only applicable if the court finds that IFP status, and that's informal pauperous status, is still applicable. Would you agree on that?
I agree entirely, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So let's talk about ECF number 253 then. Mr. Greer represents, at least in some correspondence that was attached to the motion, that he is able, albeit unwilling, and doesn't think he should have to pay the $1,000 sanction, but says that he is capable of doing it.
The filing fee in federal court is $405. So it's $405 to file a case.
And therefore, Mr. Harden argues he can afford to pay filing fees here of the $402, I believe, that would be required at the time that this case was filed. Mr. Greer, help me understand, do you have the ability to pay the filing fee of $400?
Yes, I do. I can pay $400. I just don't.
I talked with Harden about this. Harden says if you could see his face on Zoom, he's like, what the fuck? Like, he about shit a brick that he's actually admitting to all this shit on camera in open court.
Again, as I said earlier, Mr. Harden focuses on all these little things. And so I don't see how me being in IFP status or not being in IFP status has any relevance to copyright infringement. And so yes, to answer your question though, yeah, I can pay it.
Okay, so two things, Mr. Greer. The IFP status, you're right. I mean, on its face has little to do with the copyright infringement itself. What it does have to do with is whether the court can hear the case, because Congress allows parties to proceed in form of pauperous or in IFP status, as you said, if they meet a certain threshold. And if they don't, then in order for the court to hear the case, the filing fee has to be paid. So it's beyond the just associating it with relevance to the copyright infringement. So if you can afford to pay the filing fee, I'm going to order you to do so within 30 days, or else I'll have to dismiss this case. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and order the payment of fees under because Mr. Greer is able to pay the filing fee and still, and by paying the filing fee, Mr. Greer, you're still able to maintain your support.
I love this. Once again, Reactionary is the guy who put this together. This is fucking hilarious. This is so fucking funny. It's just like buffering. Mr.
Greer?
I'm sorry. Am I able to maintain my
But we'll bring up why he's getting delayed. There's a couple of times where he's like, what? Like he's completely distracted. And we'll get to this.
support?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you please elaborate on that?
Sure. Are you able to continue to pay for your rent and other life expenses despite having to pay the filing fee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
All right. So we'll go ahead and order Mr. Greer to pay that filing fee within 30 days. Assuming that that's paid, then the ECF 258 will be moot. If it's not paid, the case will be dismissed, and in any event, ECF 258 would be moot in that regard as well. So what that leaves me with then, as we have two things going on. I've stayed discovery until the motion to dismiss is filed, with one exception. That is, Mr. Greer has 14 days to produce the documents that were previously ordered under ECF number 227. Mr. Harden is going to file a status report letting me know of what's going on within 21 days of today's hearing. So that discovery will go forward, but everything else is going to be stayed. I'll take the Rule 11 issue under advisement, and we'll issue a written decision as soon as we're able. We'll then await briefing on the motion to dismiss and consider that. Mr. Greer will then have 30 days from today to pay his filing fee, given that he is able to pay that filing fee and still maintain his daily support. ECF number 258 is moot either way, because if he pays, there's no magistrate judge review for IFP status, and if he doesn't, the case is to be dismissed under the IFP statute. And so in any event, ECF 258 would be stayed. ECF 245 is granted because until discovery, or until the motion to dismiss is decided. ECF 251 is denied because at least it's denied without prejudice, at least as to Rule 6, Order 2.
So chat, the last thing we're going to get to, and I forgot to get this earlier. Coke Ferry is saying, so the magistrate judge in America is just one judge, correct? So the way the magistrates work in America, a magistrate is hired by the court. The judge is hiring a magistrate to work for them. The magistrate works in their stay. So, for example, I was today in front of a magistrate in a juvenile court matter. The judge hires a magistrate. The magistrate assists him with his caseload. The magistrate can hold hearings. The magistrate can make determinations and findings of fact and hold hearings and determine and make findings of law. So what happens is all the magistrate decisions get forwarded on to the judge, and the judge has to sign off on them. So in America, the magistrate is operating under the judge. They operate with all authority of the judge. You have to accord them the same respect and courtesy. It all depends on how you do it. Now, at state court levels, magistrates are entirely hired by the judges. At the federal level, it's a little different. They're still hired in by the court system. But it's generally speaking how that works. I hope that understands. Yes, the way you guys might do stuff in England, very different. But here in America, a magistrate is somebody who the judge hires, whether collectively or an individual judge hires to assist them with their caseloads. So that's how that works. And then this part here, and this is something that Russell's brought up repeatedly, is that he has filed, yes, magistrates can't kill a case. They can't make ultimate final decisions. The court has to approve those final decisions. It's like a judge. It's kind of like a nurse practitioner, a physician's assistant, and a doctor. They can do a lot, but they can't do everything. Is the magistrate like a sheriff to a deputy? In a way, yes. In a way, yes, kind of. So, Jim Hagelin says, whoa, someone explaining law. I know. I'm law-splaining, and it's on the interwebs. I could do something with that. So, I wouldn't say like the nurse practitioner in a magistrate's face. Oh, I'm never going to fucking say that, but we're trying to work something here. So, but This is actually a funny part here. I forgot. I was looking at my notes. This is addressing the issue Russell Greer had, where he said there was a restraining order he had taken out against Josh Moon in Utah, but he's never been able to find it. And that was brought up, and Matthew Harding keeps saying, well, you need to provide it. You need to keep providing it. I come back with a deeper voice, I know. Wow. So cold. So cold and itchy and cold. This is Russell Greer explaining why he hasn't complied with court orders, because the court ordered him to produce the document, and he hasn't done it yet. And it's hilarious listening to Russell to explain things.
27. So help me understand where you provided the documents that the court ordered you to produce in Order 227. So help me understand where you think you're at there.
Okay, I told Mr. Hardin on the phone I did not have access to those documents. I told him on the phone, and during one of our minute conferences, I said I would try to get it for him. Bizarrely, after that phone call, a person named Jim Jordan tried getting that document. So that led me to believe that someone was listening in on the phone call between Mr. Hardin and I. I forwarded that document to Mr. Hardin. I forwarded the email of the notice to Mr. Hardin, and I said, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know who is Jim Jordan. This is the case I'm talking about. And I thought it resolved that. I thought he could look up the case and get it himself. I did not receive any further notice that he was denied access to that document. And just for the record, I never said I had a restraining order on him. It was probably in the statement. I typed on my phone a lot, and so it was probably an error on my phone. And Mr. Hardin never told me about any confusion, and that's the honest truth.
Well, so hold on a second. So, Mr. Greer, help me understand why you wouldn't have access to your own court records involving them. That's something that's beyond me.
I don't.
Yes. If you filed it, you have access to it. And where Tiger Race is Jim Jordan, the senator? No, Jim Jordan is from the great state of Ohio. He is a congressman. He is not a senator. Someday he might run for Senate, but not right now. Not right now. But yes, he is. Yes. I've actually met him before. Nice guy.
I've told Mr. Hardin I have limited storage on my phone, and so I will delete documents from many years ago, and I don't really know how to access the document. I'm not sure how to even if I have to file a request to the Utah District Court or what. And as I said, after we had that conversation, that is when a third party tried to put in the document. And so I forwarded that to him, and I thought that was the end of it. He never once reached out to me again saying, hey, I can't quit this. At least to my knowledge, I never got any other emails asking about this document.
Oh, so a couple things,
Mr. Greer.
So a couple things, Mr. Greer. Number one, I mean, it sounds to me like you haven't really done much to find out how to get that document. You have access to it. It's your case file. You can go to the court and ask the clerk for it and see if they'll give it to you. I mean, they should. It should be in the archives. And the fact that you haven't even tried that is of concern to me. Number two, I'm not quite sure why you haven't gotten done.
Yes, he did file it and the court denied it because the court's like, I don't know how you can serve these people. They're not in the state and nothing appears to have happened in Utah. This part here where he's stumbling his way through it is absolutely hilarious. And now, Monica, you're saying, does he have a hair lip? No. And if you're just joining in, this is Russell Greer. He suffers from Morbius syndrome. That's not a hair lip. He suffers from facial paralysis. So it's not a hair lip. He just suffers from facial paralysis. So that is Russell's affliction there. So that is the hearing that happened. You guys can find it over on the farms. Once again, Reactionary did a great job closed captioning everything. And then from there, we get the court putting out its own order on everything. just as an update to what happens here. So the court just goes through what's all being done. A lot of things are taking under advisement. The informa pauperis screening is going to get wiped out because Russell said he's going to pay. So we're all set. Now, Matthew Harden then just being relentless. And this is where I think this is hilarious because I was talking to him as some of this stuff was unfolding. Just filing more and more supplemental notices of authority. And it's not really, and this is the proper, some of you guys might say, why is he doing it this way? Well, you're providing notice to the court of supplemental things. You're not filing new motions at this point. So it is important. And Jefferson Post, I think I answered this, but yes, that's a way to look at it in a way. And thank you for super chat. David S. 877 says for $20. Thank you, David. Says, thanks for assisting bringing the funny. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. He goes through here, and on May 12th, the Undersigned Counsel submitted a public records request to the Humboldt County, Nevada official Greer identified as relevant to his business dealings in state court litigation. Now, notice, this is filed on May 12th, and Matthew Harden is submitting records requests on May 12th. Matthew Harden's getting them turned around the same day. He's getting FOIA requests done in a day. That should tell you how much people in Nevada hate Russell Greer. He's such a pain in the ass, and he's so annoying. They're immediately like, "Oh, we got a request for Russell Greer. Here you go, sir." That's how much people hate Russell Greer. People hate him so much they are immediately serving documents. As soon as someone requests it, they're just bam. They can't stand him. That's how bad he is. That's how bad he is. Mobius syndrome tied me up in knots. Yeah, well, it's Mobius because he's a log cow. Well, fair. Tony, this is I spit my drink out earlier. Can Russell wear a porcelain mask like the World War I soldiers? He could wear a tin mask like what's that guy's name in Boardwalk Empire? Who goes all fucking buck wild at the end and shoots all the guys. What's his name? He talks like this. And he's like the fucking really good shot with all the guns. His face got blown off. What's his name? God, what is it? But yeah, if we could give him a mask like that, he could just fuck. Except Russell won't. No, not Tomas. No, what's the guy's name? Richard Harrow. Yes, in Boardwalk Empire. If you guys have never seen Boardwalk Empire, it deals with some of the people involved in it are World War I vets, and there's some times where there's gunfights and those guys go buck wild. Richard Harrow just goes buck wild against a bunch of gangsters, and it's hilarious. It just fucking lights people up. It's pretty good. So, but anyways, they're pointing out literally Russell Greer is getting stuff turned around in a day. Yes, Richard Harrow. Thank you. Now they point out the purpose of this filing is to ensure the record is complete. Should Russell Greer seek to review reconsideration of that order, or otherwise prove unable or willing to comply. So the concern is Russell Greer won't pay. He's going to make a reason. So they go through this, and they said the official responded immediately as set forth in Exhibit A and provided the Undersigned Counsel with documents, and that these show Russell has had significant resources. So what did Russell do? He set up a real estate company named Intimate Dealings, LLC. The LLC is a commercial registered agent, although Russell Greer is listed at this address as a location from which he managed the business. He explained that he wanted to acquire real estate which he could build better facilities than the existing brothels located in Winnemucca, Nevada. Not only was Greer sufficiently well-heeled to build a brothel, but the brothel he's prepared to build would be superior to those already in existence in northern Nevada. Undoubtedly, this would cost Greer no small sum of money. And they point out that it costs, explaining a brothel made tens of thousands of dollars in county licensing cost. And he pointed out that he had retained an attorney, that costs money, to represent him in a lawsuit against Gilman Development LLC, which, useful mistake, we're going to get to that. to force him to sell Russell Greer the property which he wants to build his brothel. And Greer indicated that the unidentified attorney was representing a pro bono or at reduced cost. How does that actually work? You're getting an attorney to represent you building a whorehouse for free. Like, are you promising the guy infinite blowjobs? Like, how does that work? Or is Russell going to be giving the blowjobs? I don't know. So they say it's not apparent why Russell didn't pay his court fees at this court or the 10th Circuit when he filed his appeal. And insofar as not only was he buying property, but he wanted to engage in litigation to force unwilling owners to sell him property. The emails further indicate he had substantial financial ability. And they point out that the 11th Circuit, where this case would have been had his facially inaccurate motions to retransfer weren't filed, the court can dismiss if the allegations of poverty are untrue. If they're not true, they can be dismissed. So they asked the court to keep this in mind. Additionally, based upon the information contained in Exhibit C regarding his whereabouts on the day of his emergency, there's reason to believe Russell Greer continued to play fast and loose with his Rule 11 obligations to make accurate representations of the court. That's right, chat. Rule 11. Remember, when you represent yourself as a party, you are bound by the rules of conduct. And one of those is you must have candor before the court. You cannot have a lack of condors. So what are these files? What are these information here? And this is so damn funny. Matthew Harden sends out his request at 8 a.m. At 8 a.m. And remember, this is 8 a.m. his time. And Matt Harden's out. He's not out west. He's out in like Texas or other places doing other lawyer stuff. So May 12th at 8:10 a.m., he says, pursuant to the Nevada Public Records Act, I request your email correspondence for individuals named Russell Greer relating to the topic of adult entertainment or prostitution and any time within the past 4 years. So he cites that. He's like, please give it to me. I very much would appreciate it. Signed for the Harden Law Office. So this is Matthew Harden's time. By 12:01. So remember, he had to send this out west, so it's a couple hours even further back. So it within hours, not even same day, within the same probably couple hour time span. A couple hour time span. I've attached the emails between myself and Greer beginning August 25th, 2022 to August 10th, my birthday. See, chat, that's my real birthday. I've included one from Jessica Smith with the GIS department, only because I referenced this email in my email of 8/10/23 to Russell Greer. From Betty Lawrence, the senior planning technician. And Matthew Harden said the people out in Winnemucca in Humboldt County are super nice, very nice, good people. He said this lady was very nice. He actually talked to her. He talked to a lot of people out there. Super sweet people, he says. So they immediately provided data. That's not a good sign. I mean, I wish government operated this way everywhere, but very funny. So from what do we get here? Here are the actual emails. He says that he said, I did want to ask, and this is Russell trying to get a parcel rezoned. Okay. So Russell's getting into zoning, which I think we know rezoning is a bunch of bullshit, but it is what it is. It keeps people like Russell building a fucking whorehouse next to your house. If you send me spiders on my birthday, I'm going to send you TATP I'm going to send you TAT back. Okay? I'm going to send TATP back to you. You mean in Minecraft? No, in real life. You know what TATP is. Go look it up. Oh. So he says that I didn't want to ask, but it says the adult entertainment can in general commercial districts with a conditional use permit. Would adult entertainment include brothels? And he says, I asked because the adult entertainment zone is blocks 40 and 41. It says, however, Gilman, the owner of the blocks, is not wanting to play fair So I actually just recently saw that the general commercial zone allows adult entertainment with a permit. No, he's all worried about building a whorehouse. This is what it's all about. And she says, look, read the map, fucking creep. She's like, just read the map. I can't help you. There's nothing I could do. And then from here, guys, this is where the stuff starts to unravel. The city council meeting agenda for the city of Winnemucca, Nevada. Holy cow, chat. Holy cow. Here we go. So, look at things they do have here. They have their city engineer, their manager and city engineer, professional engineer. Good stuff. They got all kinds of people out here. They got Levi Carl, the building inspector. They got their mayor, Dick Stone. That's a great vote for Dick Stone as your mayor. He'll guide you along, chat. So, they have a meeting time. May 6, 2025, regular meeting time, 1 p.m. So here we go. They talk about all the stuff that's going on here. They have meeting minutes. This is, pretty normal stuff. The agenda here. They talk about the administration planning and the zoning district expansion request. They request to expand the adult entertainment zoning district to include the Scotch Shady Court Motel, property located at 400 West First Street. And it says Greer. Although this is very appropriate for Russell Greer to a spay and neutering program. Maybe they'll snake him up one day and spay and neuter him. People are messaging me. Yes, I heard about the crash out. Well, maybe we'll do that later. Dublin to Oxford for $10. Saying thanks for a great start to a long weekend. Well, you're very welcome. Jefferson Post says everyone has Russell Greer documents in a quick pick box. Yes. Very true. Decaf Geek for 10 subs. Thank you for the support and your generosity. Let's fucking go. And then Kritosis, the bane of Acerthorn. Oh, the man bringing Acerthorn to heel out there, chat. Fighting the fight out there with 10 more subs. Thank you, Kritosis. You guys just out there just laying it to Acerthorn out there, fighting his fight. Thank you for being here, Kritosis. I appreciate it. Jefferson Post says, does Morbius syndrome affect the gag reflex? I don't think so, because I think Russell's even admitted to giving handies. I think maybe even giving a blowjob or two, but I don't know. I think he's talked about giving handies before, but I don't know. I mean, it allows a lot more slobber because he drools. So I don't think it affects the gag reflex. So I wouldn't go with that. Decaf Geek with 10 more subs. Just coming out of nowhere. Just doing his part.
Fight for the future.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part too.
Are you doing your part, chat? Are you doing your part? It's important. So. All right. Oh, also, Hella, thank you for being here, Hella. Guys, Hella, a friend of the show, Excited Utterance. Does Hearsay for Days. I know she's coming back to that soon. Just had her Zachariah Anderson anniversary stream last week. Give a Hella a check if you haven't been over her channel before. She's in Australia, mate. If you didn't know that. But anyways, here's the rest of the agenda meetings. And notice it has been filed. So, well, this is going to be interesting. So what does this lead us to? And then Russell sends another filing or another email to Matthew Hardin. And this is from May 12th. And it says, "Sir, why do you continue to pursue irrelevant filings? It was indeed a business meeting. I was there. Also a city meeting too. The fact you even found about this meeting proves that your client's site stalks me. I am pursuing sanctions against you for abusing this. This has no relevancy to this case. Really, I think it does, Russell. I think it does. I think it does, Russell. Oh. So it gets even better, chat. It gets even better. Matthew Harden to Kent at the City of Winnemucca Law Department. And the city manager at the City of Winnemucca. So he requested all correspondence pursuant to the Nevada Records Acts. Once again, remember, Matthew Harden is a FOIA expert. So the Public Records Act. He wanted any email from somebody named Russell Greer. Items relating to the city council meeting. Is dated anytime during calendar year 2025. Uh-oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Blind carbon copy, John Potter. Yes, John Potter. Oh. Well, there we go, chat. Uh-oh. Once again, things are afoot now, Russell. Like, uh-oh. And now he says, don't look into my wife. It's private. Well, it's not private when it's public, Russell. So we go from that. We move on to another filing that was made. And this is Russell Greer filing stuff in a lawsuit out in rural Nevada, in Humboldt County. He is suing Gilman Development, LLC. And he's made a bunch of court fees. He also the complaint for damages for $230. Yeah. So Russell has money. Russell can pay. Russell can pay, chat. So what do you do? Well, Russell then goes back to the thing where Matthew Harding called me about this, and he was very shooken up. He's still shooken up every time this happens. Russell Greer threatens to report him to the Virginia State Bar because that's where Matthew Harding retains his law license, out of the state of Virginia. So Russell Greer is still threatening him. Still threatening our boy, Matthew Harding, fighting the good fight. Yes, enjoying. He wants Matthew Harding to enjoy prison as a stalker child. Well, we get to that. Matthew Harding was shaking like a leaf. He was shook, as they might say in ethnic circles, and depending on your ethnicity, he was shook. So they want to report that his continued frivolous and vexatious threats. Russell's pattern is to threaten to report opposing counsel to bar disciplinary authorities if they don't concede to his demands. They say, indeed, threatening the undersigned counsel with a bar complaint was Greer's first reaction when the motion for sanctions was filed. And Greer has also filed litigation in which he seeks the disbarment of a Nevada lawyer after that lawyer refused to accede to his threats. Yes. Russell is, did he drop his plate of tendies? Yes. Yes, he did. He called me. He's like, Sean, I'm on the edge of the bridge right now. He's like, I took my shoes off. I'm going to jump. And I'm like, don't do it, Matthew. Don't. Mineral and Hand says you have Bon Jovi in your head. I mean, that's not the worst song to have in your head. There are other worse songs. Like, there's far worse songs. So. So they point out that there is a continued today of the threatening bar complaints. And it says when Greer became aware the defendants were investigating his assertions of an emergency to seek to postpone the court's hearing, they once again threatened with a bar complaint. Greer upped the ante by accusing the undersigned counsel's client of being involved with bomb threats and pedophilia. Greer once again admitted the true purpose of litigation is not to vindicate any copyright, but to get him off of the farms. And just further abuse of the copyright case. So that is not acceptable conduct, Russell. You can't do this, buddy. You're not allowed to do this. It's not acceptable conduct. We're trying to tell you, you can't do this, Russell. You can't do it. Not going to happen. Not going to allow it. Not going to do it. It's like George Bush. Not going to tolerate it. Not going to do it. Although he kind of let everything happen. All right. So what did we see here? Well, we see the first thing. And this is Russell Greer's email. R.E. stop. He's just saying stop. 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 He says, your research is frivolous, seeing that I showed up to the hearing. You published my family's contact info onto the farms. Now this. Your research seems to conflict. What you told the court contradicts what you told Betty. You had to bring up irrelevant protective orders from 10 years ago. Failing to disclose, you represent a website whose owner has been involved with bomb threats and pedophilia. Citation needed, Russell. Citation needed. He's not Kurt Tonner. Yet for some reason, I'm being made out to be the villain because I simply went off Kiwi Farms. Obviously, you're not going to stop, so I have to get the state of Virginia involved. Oh, no. Oh, no. Russell's going to get the Virginia bar involved. And they're going to take Hardin's law license. It's, you know, it's as Boys and Men said, it's the end of the road. Oh, no, guys. It's so scary. Stop being a lolcow on the farms or stop if he just ignored him. Is 2.0 here? I think so. She's lurking. She's been here before. She was breaking my balls earlier, so she'll still be here. Don't you worry. So there's more. Matthew Hardin responds to Russell. And he says, good morning, Mr. Greer. As always, I look forward to reading your sanctions motions. Please be sure to serve it on me 21 days in advance as required by Rule 11. And he says, we are investigating that you had an emergency, and we intend to seek our own sanctions if it turns out your representations of the court were inaccurate. Remember, you can't lie to the court. And that's the thing. Even though Russell said, I need a continuance, something came up. That's even if the court denied it and Russell stayed for the whole hearing, he still lied to the court and misrepresented things. So that's what Hardin is doing. So, and then Matthew Hardin responded to when Russell Greer talked about getting the state bar involved. Hardin responds, and he says, good evening, Mr. Greer. At this point, your endless threats are getting tiresome. I love that. He just, it's like Reservoir Dogs. Are you going to bark all day, little doggy, or are you going to bite? If you feel you need to file something, go for it. Do it, pussy. Do it. We, of course, will respond appropriately. The judge had no difficulty denying your first two sanctions motions, and I doubt the Virginia bar will take your frivolous complaints any more seriously than the Nevada State Bar did. Every pro se litigant I've interacted with makes these threats and expects me to run away scared. It doesn't work because I have a duty to represent my client and not to appease vexatious litigants who sue him. But he says, while I have you, though, when can I expect a response to the motion to dismiss? It is a rare privilege to read your filings, and I have been looking forward to it all day. Best, Matthew Hardin. I don't like best. I'm more of a regards guy, but yes, that is just great stuff here. Just great stuff here. Useful mistake for $5. Thank you. It's saying, by the way, did you see my DM for ECF 294? Hold on here. Let me take a look. Let me read this real quick. Sorry, chat. Hold on. I'll just sing for you. We'll sing Bon Jovi. It's my life, and it's now or never. I'm gonna live forever. See, even though I'm not good, you gotta hit it like that. I just want to live while I'm alive. Yeah, see, there you go. That's how you can do it. See, and I won't crack like he does. So the mic cut out the right moments. Well, yeah. All right, let me see here. Although this is super short regarding Russell Greer's attempt to comply with the magistrate order, if you can, covers immediately after 294 because it gives the full context. He cropped out. Okay, hold on here. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use this right here. Trinio for $100. For a second, I saw it pop up. I didn't know if there was somebody doing the Argentine pesos, which, once again, I think are hilarious. But it's $100 American dollars, chat. The greenbacks. That's right, chat. Reserve currency of the world. Long live the petrodollar. For 1,000 years, may it rain. Thank you, Trinio. Very respectfully, this is the best way to end. Also, now bar complaints are being filed against you. I know you're 6 feet from the edge, but it's not a long way down. Well, it's like those memes people are doing now. It's like, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. But it's not a long way down. Enjoy train, stalker child. Oh, well, chat. Oh, well. I'll survive. But thank you, Trinio. Don't give him my day job, Tooley Pip. Yes, as I remember in high school, one of the kids I knew, he came up with this, and I thought it was a hilarious joke. When somebody's singing and they're bad at it, you just ask them you're like, hey, do you know why Creed was paid millions of dollars to sing that song? The person goes, no, why? Because they were good at it, and you fucking suck. You're like, oh, yeah. Oh, we did. We got a red boy. So thank you, Trinio. Yes, USA dollars. Yes, big dog cash money. Yeah, yeah. You got to maintain. Oh, does Nick look very mad on there? Well, that's his in life. You must suffer. You must suffer. Red boy, you mean his face? No, just his nose gets red. Just his nose gets red, guys. Come on now. Implying Creed was any good? Are you kidding me? You know, people you don't understand what it was like in the early 2000s. 9/11 fucked up so many things. So we had to deal with that. We had to deal with Hinder at some point. You know, you got to deal with it. You got to deal with it, guys. You got to deal with it. Nickelback is, kind of that too. Had the Israelis not toppled the Twin Towers, I don't that was a life-altering time. That was a timeline-altering event. You have 9/11, you have Harambe getting shot. It's the lightning forks, chat, and you can't go back. But it is what it is there. Pearl Jam is better than Creed or Nickelback. No, it's not. I want to be paid on a poor friend. I want to be paid. That's every song. That's every song. Well, how would our day in my daddy's car? Like that's where could, it's like Russell Greer singing. Where could my baby be? The Lord took baby. That's Eddie Vedder. Oh, that sounds just like Pearl Jam. Yes. Oh. So they try. Although I will say Yellow Ledbetter's got that guitar part at the end, the guitar riff. That's a great thing, especially if you're sitting in your garage, and you're drinking a beer and you're working on something, and you can just hear that part just cranking out like that. It's really good. It's really, really good. Am I wasted? I am high on life, dude. I am high on life. So, yes, useful mistake. I did see your comment here, so I will work with this. So we'll bring this up for after 297, I think you said. Hold on here. I got to get to it. Where is... Hold on here. 295, 297. Hold on. Wait, which one did you say it was after? Hold on here. 294. Okay, that's what I got confused for a minute. 294. Yes. All right. We're all set here. Where did I lost it. Sorry, chat, in my haste. So all right. Sorry, I move stuff around and I lose it. It's like, I need this. All right, hold on here. Perfect. All right, chat. I lost track of where we were here. Okay. So Russell Greer is threatening the bar complaints and acting like a little bitch about it. So we are going to move on from there with more Russell Greerness. Let's be honest, nobody listened to lyrics of 80s rock. Yeah, fair enough. Nickelback was an inside job. Esteban. I mean, I think so at some point. Why didn't reading my comment make you sound dead? I don't know. I didn't mean it to be. I was just like chill. Was just chilling out, just trying to read, and I get all like I got to focus on it, and I get retarded. So I don't know, but it's all your fault. All right. Where is? So in response to all of this, what the? Okay. Why am I? Damn it! I lost some stuff here. All right. Sorry, just when you get when you're thinning out the tabs, it's hard to read them as you're going. So makes it a little tough at times, chat. Makes it a little tough. Things started ping-ponging a little back more. Russell filed a response here, but there was ultimately Matthew Harden asked for some more time. He asked for more time to respond to what Russell has filed because he finally filed some motion supports, and Russell is just, as he does, he cries. He cries and cries and cries. So Matthew Harden filed for a motion for an extension of time, and he says there are motions that are pending, and they point out that Russell Greer uploaded his opposition to the motion to dismiss on May 13th, and a reply brief had ordinarily due by May 27th. And they said there's other motions that are pending, which will influence the arguments made available in the reply brief. And they point out that there are the motions for sanctions, which that'll affect this case, and the motions to compel may result in dismissal. They're also investigating additional grounds to see why this case can't be sorted out. Russell Greer has not filed his filing fee in this case. Remember, he had till he had 30 days to do it. Russell Greer has also not paid his sanctions. So not only new sanctions, but his already existing sanctions. And they say they will have to dismiss because Russell Greer's allegations of poverty were untrue and fraudulent. There's also that Russell Greer's continued his pattern of making materially false statements about his emergency meeting. So they're asking for more time to get more investigation done. Now, I will, spoiler alert, you guys here, by May 21st, Russell did pay the full $405. So he did pay. He's not a complete brokey, but he did get it paid. he did get it paid. James Reed says you can't pause what? You can't pause NLO streams. Nobody likes onions because it's meant to be that way you can't do stuff. Now, guys, I am not watching this, but it sounds like some of you are. Is Melton snaking the shit out of Nick right now? If he is, that's hilarious. So, am I skipping the district judge court order? No, I just skipped ahead as a spoiler alert here. Sicilialism. So, but no, that's what they're asking to do here. They're just, we need more time. It's not fair to us. Like, I need a chance to respond. And this just doesn't work. So, where are we waiting on this? Well, the court does get involved, but Russell gets to respond first and foremost. There's 12 weapons in so far. Who could have seen this coming? Oh, I know. So, you mean to tell me this guy was gonna fuck him over? It's like, wow. You're like, no way. Totally unforeseeable. All right, chat, I forgot. Okay, so they ask for more time. Russell Greer comes back on his own and says, no, I don't want this. It's Kiki versus 4 Baldo sweepers plus a coked out former attorney. Oh, so he is letting him get fucking snaked. Okay, well, yeah, that's a funny this little piggy. So there you go. All right. So another win for the toe. So Russell Greer files an opposition to the motion. He goes, no, I don't want to grant this. It's not fair. And he says nothing offered shows a good cause. It's actually a pretty good cause. The defendants go on about honesty. Your Honor, the defendants admit that they told defendant's counsel he does not have access to Pacer. He was filing Monday evening and would have the clerk backdate it. Granting an extension would be the court unfairly giving defendants time to extend their responses when this court has denied plaintiff the same response. Plaintiff is only making $14 an hour currently. It is rather insulting the defendants are pushing so hard and jumping at things at face value. I love how he uses the term face value. It is fucking hilarious. It is so great. It is so great. This court gave the plaintiff to pay 30 days, filing in 30 days. So, of course, it hasn't been paid yet. Plaintiff will probably just object to the order requiring it since it is a financial... I'm going to reject this as a financial burden. You already said you could do it. You said you could do it at the hearing, you fucking retard. Are you huffing galaxy gas? You're blacking out, not knowing what you're agreeing to? Plaintiff said he would pay because he has the money saved up, but because the defendants continue to push so hard at irrelevant things and accuse plaintiff of being a fraud, plaintiff's just going to file a sealed document showing this court his actual pay stub, so the court knows that he isn't lying. Plaintiff has been meeting with investors, but he doesn't have a wealth of money on him. Okay. So Russell's like, yeah, this is going to work. If it pleases the court, like, I don't understand how does this factor into a motion to like oppose any extension of time? If it pleases the court, the plaintiff is seeking a personal protective order against Matthew Hardin because he's now using his copyright case to contact jurisdictions that Greer has done considered doing business in. And Mr. Hardin is informing these jurisdictions not about a copyright case, but rather about 3 restraining orders the plaintiff can easily address in 2 minutes. And Mr. Hardin is telling these places about the public need for such internal communications when Nevada County's omitting the part that the public he represents, a well-documented hate site, drives people to suicide. Not yet. Not yet. This contacting other jurisdictions was to help conduct an investigation into why the hearing last week was going to be postponed. This is completely unnecessary. His plaintiff showed up to the Zoom hearing and then barely showed up the other place he had to be at. Plaintiff even said in the footnote of his motion, he would rather not say what it was. There was also a business meeting he was at too. This has nothing to do with this case. Oddly, Mr. Hardin is going to find himself at the end of a protective order because he just can't stop abusing this process. He's already published the information of his family and has done nothing to retract it. He doesn't have to. This court doesn't seem inclined to hold this allegedly licensed attorney accountable for his numerous sham investigations, his abusive and obnoxious filings. I mean, I agree. Hardin might be obnoxious, but it's playfully obnoxious. Yes. Stop noticing me! The defendant's attorney frightens plaintiff, and a personal protective order is going to be the only way to get Matthew Hardin to stop. Yes, Matthew Hardin looks like, you know, when I if you guys don't know who Matt Hardin looks like, he when you see him, you're going to think in your mind he's as scary as the scariest Tren de Aragua, you know, MS-13 type. You know, you just imagine him sitting on his porch, you know, sitting like this is Matthew Hardin, chat. This is Matthew Hardin. When I imagine him sitting on his porch at a, you know, sitting on the steps of his camper. He's got his pit bulls on a short chain. He's just sitting there with, like, you know, a Ruger P90 in his hands. Because he's like a cholo. It's sitting there just swigging away on a bottle. You know, just the scariest man in the world. Just true terror. Yes, this is Russell Greer. This is Russell Greer being scared. I can only imagine. I want somebody to do, like, you know, the GTA Los Santos, like Matthew Hardin all like tatted up and like riding his little bike doing a wheelie in the hood. It's like a training day. Matthew Hardin sitting there clapping at the pigeons. Oh no. Oh, Matt Hardin just texted me. He says that pic's before the face tattoos. Oh. So a protective order is the only way to get these investigations to stop. Respectfully submitted, Russell Greer. No, my left foot. Okay. So the court stepped in and there was an order here. And it grants the order. Ultimately, it says suffer Russell. It says the court grants the defendant's motions over Russell Greer's opposition. Suffer Russell, suffer. Accordingly, the defendant's reply shall be filed on or before June 30th. So, signed by the magistrate judge, the magistrate again getting involved. Just like, all right, I guess I got to deal with this. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. This is, oh. So Russell is still in the hunt here on many things. It's just getting better and better, chat. We're not even a week past this in chronological time. And somebody says how many teardrops? All the teardrops. So Matthew Hardin's got so many teardrops. There's a flood on his face. He's killed more men than cancer. Just taking lives. Oh, yes, he has to wear full sun covers at public pools to hide his Yakuza art. I know, it looks like he's got Russian mafia shit on his back. Oh. So Russell did get involved. He did file his response to the motion to dismiss. And it starts off once again with Russell spurging out about the stalking. Because the Kiwi farmers, they're stalkers. They stalk. It's what they do. It's like snipers, just the stalk. There's for creep. That's just doing the drag. Just creep and drag. We're doing model stream later. Maybe. Don't know yet, chat. We got a ways to go. I got a bunch of tabs still. We got to burn through tabs. So, since 2017, the website has stalked and directed its activities at plaintiff. He vehemently opposes the motion. Once again, it's like in A Few Good Men. I strenuously object, Your Honor. Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. Of course, you oppose. You can't oppose any harder. I mean, I didn't even do that in my trial. We were getting like goose egged on some things I thought were like pretty good arguments. Kind of a novel argument. I didn't strenuously object. I'm like, Your Honor, I just object for the record. They don't get a second chance to dismiss the case. They don't get a second swing to relitigate their motion they filed 3 years ago. Further, this case is not frivolous, as will be established. Jurisdiction and venue are both proper. Now, he's arguing they don't get to relitigate Rule 12b. They say that they point out his original complaint is no longer of legal effect. And that's true. When you file a new complaint, you override the other one. But this is where Russell's pointing out that you could only argue to the new allegations only. But there's an issue. This is out of the Northern District of New York. It's like, you're not in the right spot. That's not compelling. You don't have a Ninth Circuit case here. Now, that said, though, I still think, and I told Matthew Harden, he needs to file a, joinder of necessary parties here. I still think Google needs to be joined as a party, just like Google fucking implode this case on Russell. If the court won't kill it, I think that needs to happen. And they say the second defendant was only added, they point out, because of the 2 Don Does and a second defendant, Lolcow LLC. The second defendant was only added because the defendants requested a substitution of the website Kiwi Farms. Well, that's because Kiwi Farms isn't a party. They say, so in essence, adding of Lolcow is not a new addition. Rather, it's a substitution. I mean, if a lawyer made this argument, I'd say that's a decent argument, but Russell's floundering at this point. And the 10th Circuit found the Farms was liable for contributory copyright infringement. That's not true. They said you had a plausible claim. You pled enough facts to make a plausible claim. You have not been vindicated, Russell. Megadog says, Russell never filed a DCMA against Google. Why would they be a party? Because it's being hosted on Google Drive. The actual material is being posted on Google Drive. Because it's Google Drive, Google should be included as a necessary party. Because even if Josh Moon removed the link, is Russell going to sit there and say, like, oh, that's okay? Google's now hosting copyright infringing material? I mean, they're necessary to this case. They're the only ones who can stop it. Removing the link doesn't remove the stuff off Google Drive. But it's Google, yeah, and that's the point. Google would it's like anytime Acer Thorn's cases, Google gets involved, and it's just like a fucking JDAM, just whoosh, right into the middle of it. And they drop pod in. Acer Thorn's sitting there like a orc, daka, 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 daka. And then all of a sudden, there's just fucking Google comes screaming in like some fucking space marines. And they have no he has no choice but to fight them. Oh. So he says there are no new allegations against Josh Moon or his sole member, LLC. They failed to bring up improper service jurisdiction charges of claims being frivolous when they moved to dismiss the complaint 3 years ago. And this is something that scored is fucked up. And yes, retaining new counsel does not allow you the ability to bypass rules. So that is the problem here. But I do think that they have, the worst you do is you try it and it works. Although Russell actually making some halfway decent arguments. I'll give him credit. Why can't he do this the rest of the fucking time? So he points out that it's not fair, it's not proper. So at this point, they are barred by Rule 12G2. The defendants are barred because from relitigating and bringing up affirmative defenses you failed to bring up the first time around. And that's true. And the way he writes these is it's so annoying. And once again, it's not justified. I'm trying not to spurg out about this chat, but justified alignment saves lives. Craig says, is the copyright holder forced to go after everyone at once, or can they sue whoever? Well, it's all the same set of facts. So you would want the parties involved have a right to join everyone. It prevents inconsistent rulings and findings and verdicts. And it's necessary because they can say, look, it's not our fault. That's on Google. They're allowed to blame Google for this instead. So there's an entire reason why you would do that. So They say that Rule 12G, and this is true, if you don't raise affirmative defenses right off the bat, you waive them. And it's to avoid unnecessary delay by encouraging the presentation of an omnibus pre-answer motion, which you can address right off the bat. Yeah, somebody said he did try to add him last year and was dying. I know, but I'd still try to add him again. I keep trying now with this new complaint. I would try it again. I would try it again now. So it's yeah, and compliance with Rule 12 is mandatory. And remember, guys, 12b-6 is the big one. Failure to state a claim upon which relief cannot be granted. So he goes on to further bring up that the jurisdiction and venue are proper. And he says they waived it because they didn't bring it up in their first motion and dismiss. And jurisdiction is proper because the plaintiff clearly stated the defendants have purposely directed their activities at him. Well, yeah, but your business and all that, how do you know that all happened here? So Russell goes on and on and on. He says Utah's purposeful availment. And it just doesn't work that way. Because remember, just merely having your website somewhere doesn't work, because otherwise you are you have jurisdiction everywhere, and that wouldn't work. So they said Moon has done this by allowing people around the globe to access his website and to access threads pertaining to Greer. And by that logic, then Russell could sue Josh in every fucking district in America. And that would make no fucking sense, because you can't do that. That's not the intent of a purposeful availment. And once again, chat, you get to what are minimal contacts? Do you satisfy long arm requirements of your state? And in federal court, you get to the holding an international shoe, which is kind of the OG of civil procedure law by the Supreme Court. So they point out that they have control of the website and are able to remove copyrighted material. You can't do anything about it. It's a link. So this is all just regardless. The letter is even signed with an address of South Highland Drive in Holiday, Utah, proving that Moon would have known Greer was a resident of Utah and he was feeling the infringement's effects. That establishes the final prong of the purposeful availment test. Well, when you sue in a copyright infringement case, you sue where the infringement happened. Where is the infringer domiciled? Okay, well, that means you go to Florida. That's how it works in a copyright case. So how he deals with all this crap, it's admirable. Yeah, Josh is a resilient man. He's a resilient man. He brings up once again that the Kiwi Farms has a kill count. He brings up all the evil things they've done. And he cries and cries and cries. Blah, 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 blah. Russell Greer. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. I'm not even going to dignify it, Russell. That's how fucking garbage you are here, okay? You don't rate me getting involved like that. You don't rate like that. Sorry. We're not doing this. We're not getting involved like that. We're just not doing it. We're just not doing it, Russell. You don't rate from me anymore. I'm not going to indulge this shit. So hasn't Rusty won the lolcow the year before? No, he is not. He is not, as far as I know. Yes. It's not Noel's first rodeo. It's not. It's not. I repeated myself again. What did I say? I repeat myself when I talk to your mom in the morning. I say when I want bacon instead of sausage. Are you going to drink then? Okay, so we have the next thing Russell filed. And Russell then files this. I have won Wallco Contributor Award twice, though. Well, congratulations. I did not know that. I repeat myself as an autistic cope when the train isn't moving in his brain yet. We all do. If it wasn't that, it'd be umming and ahhing, okay? We all do something. My mom said Sean was a very polite young man. Yes. I try to be, chat. I try to be a gentleman. So Russell Greer is a notice of modification of the May 6th verbal order. So he wants to modify the order from the May 6th hearing. This court ordered the 2018 civil stocking application and court order denial be produced within 14 days, which would be Tuesday, the 20th of May. And he's not doing it at the last minute. So good job, Russell. You're trying here. You're trying. Plaintiff has contacted the civil division of the 3rd District via email. Cammie Butterfield told Russell, and this should be an exhibit. You don't copy and paste shit like this in there like this. Says, thank you for your email. The case number is classified as private. To obtain copies of the documents, please send a notarized letter with your request. This letter can be sent to slotcopy@utcourts.gov. Regular copies are 25 cents per page, and certified copies are 50 per page plus $4 per certification. We are unable to email documents classified as private. Per that email, they cannot give Greer a digital file. He would give it a notarized letter to even get the documents, then pay for copies. And then they would have to mail the documents across state lines. Chat, Kyle Rittenhouse would have to be involved. We're going across state lines, chat. It's, oh no. Oh no. Plaintiff tried getting the documents and he can't. Plaintiff tried getting the documents online. He doesn't have the PIN number. The response he received is when he typed up a motion and emailed it to be filed in the 2018 case. And now he says, seeing it's going to cost plaintiff money and more time than it's worth, well, you're the one who talked about him, to obtain documents that only Hardin will be able to see, and seeing the document has no relevancy to this copyright case, plaintiff would just ask this email response from the 3rd District Court settle the issue, or on the alternative that the defendant send money to plaintiff first before he goes through the effort of getting the document. Yes, that's right. Send me money. I promise not to spend it on whores. If the court decides not to modify, then it would request the plaintiff had more time to get the documents, since the Utah court will have to mail the documents to plaintiff in Las Vegas. However, again, the documents have no relevance to this case. Respectfully submitted, Russell Greer. Well, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is not how discovery works, chat. This is not how discovery works. And useful mistake, as he did point out, there is an important thing here that does need to be addressed. There is a thing that needs to be addressed here. And this is... Oh, hold on. Did I miss something here? Okay. Ooh, we got ahead of one, but we'll just answer this here. So, this is something useful mistake discovered, and this is what Russell Greer had filed. So Russell Greer says that after being stalked by Josh Moon and a website he runs for 8 miserable long years, Russell Greer has found himself in a years-long intellectual property case out of the District of Utah. The respondent is bizarrely requesting to know what this 2018 request injunction entails. The federal court is demanding it. However, the district court has said the disclosure must remain private. Petitioner requests the issuance of the contents be privately emailed by the court clerk to the petitioner at the listed email, to which the petitioner will put attorney's eyes only on the document to give to the respondent's attorney. Well, that's an interesting thing Russell sent out, huh? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So I wonder what all that means to Russell. Well, so, and now, chat, we are getting to, I think, the money shot of things for Matthew Hardin. This is a pièce de résistance. This is another interactive exhibit we're going to get to. Once again, we have a notice of supplemental authority regarding the May 6th hearing. So what did they do? Well, they got information from public records in Winnemucca, Nevada. And now it appears that he had an emergency or a complete fabrication. So what did he do? Well, he had made multiple materially false statements to this court. The hearing was set to begin at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. The Winnemucca City Council meets every 2 weeks. That meeting is also held at 1 p.m. Pacific Time, an hour later. Greer wrote to the city of Winnemucca on April 14th that he be permitted to speak at the May 6th meeting. Greer submitted a form signed on behalf of Intimate Dealings, LLC, which he said he wanted to amend the city code to allow new brothels or force the existing owners of brothels owned property to sell their parcels to him. Russell's trying to use eminent domain, chat. Yes. And he is using the Kilo case out of the Supreme Court to force that. Although the state of Nevada has said that the holding in Kilo is not valid in the state of Nevada. By constitutional amendment, you cannot use eminent domain for private companies. Uh-oh, what is this? Okay. Can always get worse, yes. Well, Greer told the city council that May 20th would work better for me, but he attached the exact same city council agenda, indicating he wanted to speak on May 6th. Then on May 1st, he told the court he had an emergency, which had arisen the same morning. So it appears, needless to say, Greer cannot be a pauper if he's capable of buying real estate in Winnemucca for the purposes of prostitution. Thank you, Matthew Harden, for saying what we're all thinking. Nevada is quite based on certain things, yes. So the defendants dropped everything and immediately replied to the emergency request. Yeah, dropped everything, including his tendies. Those poor tendies, chat. Just F's in the chat for those tendies that got dropped. You know, some all gave some and some gave all. In an opposition, the defendants pointed out Greer's history claiming to travel to northern Nevada for brothel-related purposes, which are naturally not emergencies. As the court was weighing Greer's weighty representations, Greer was focused on getting the city council a PowerPoint presentation relating to whoring and prostitution. Yes, which is a true thing. And notice, we're going to review a PowerPoint. And we're not going to want to kill ourselves normally with a PowerPoint. Those of you in the military, I promise you, this isn't that bad. The meeting apparently didn't impact his access to electronics or the ability to pursue brothel-related advocacy. On May 6th at 12:07 Pacific Time, the Winnemucca City Council was accommodating Greer. They offered to hear the prostitution-related requests without him so he could attend other matters, presumably this hearing, which began at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Indeed, it appears Greer even emailed the city council during his appearance in front of the court. Specifically, he said he was on a business call. Those who reviewed the Greer's audio recording will hear various pings, as well as Greer conversing in the background with unidentified parties. And they point out that Greer had to respond twice to the same question relating to his IFP status, apparently because he wasn't paying attention. So, and Greer even told the city of Winnemucca that Matthew Harden is an attorney, but a very unethical one. And he demanded that the city refuse to release the records relating to the city council appearance absent a court order. So naturally, he wanted to hide the evidence of his fabricated emergency. So yes, chat, we have the receipts brought to you by Matthew Harden doing the work here. So this is the Winnemucca agenda in minutes. And notice they have everything charted out already. Notice they have the entire year set out. So you can see when they're going to do all their court, when they're doing everything. This is everything. It's all set up in advance. All set up in advance. Okay. Then you move on to part 2. This is very, very funny. Just, this is always in, Rubber Barnes, for as many things he says that are cringe, he is correct on this one point. Always in cash, never in writing. Or as Stringer Bell said a little more eloquently.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
Quite right, chat. He did. Why are you doing this? So, so this was sent to Russell Greer, the City Council Agenda Inclusion Form. Fill it out. So what did he do? He filled it out. So he says, "Hi, Ruth, please find our completed agenda request from Russell Greer, April 14th. So what did he do here? So the City of Winnemucca Agenda Inclusion Form, Intimate Dealings LLC. The person making the request is Russell Greer. He wants to amend the city code to allow a second zone for brothels or use the city's authority under eminent domain to force current landowners to sell. He is filing this for May 6th, but notice he's doing this April 14th, and he does my left foot. Oh, such an emergency. So in support of the agenda request, he says, as we know, Winnemucca only allows a designated 4 land parcels to house brothels. Since 2019, that area is sat vacant. Per Winnemucca City Code, current owners are barred from owning a brothel. Thus, their ownership of the only land makes 0 sense. In light of the thousands of lithium miners that are coming to Winnemucca, this is a matter that needs to be immediately addressed. He makes arguments here that the Gilmans had a brothel license revoked 10 years ago. There are rumors that Lance Gilman has passed the LLC property on to his son, but I still want to believe the statutes apply to the LLC because the LLC had owned the revoked property when its license was revoked, and so anybody connected to that property should be barred from owning that land in Winnemucca. Well, that's not how that works, Russell. Further, they let the property sit vacant for 6 years. They clearly don't care about it and have forfeited their right to own it. And that's not true at all. Useful mistake. Gilman! Guys, and this is a case we'll probably cover once Karen Reed is over. But Russell Greer seems to forget when you own property, and I'm going to say this, and this is actually a thing, the way they teach it in law school, your property rights are a bundle of sticks. Doesn't mean they're gay, but you have a bundle of sticks. You have a bundle of rights. I have the right to include or exclude. I have the right to lease land. I have the right to build on the land. I have the right to let it lay fallow. I have the right to sell it. I can do whatever I want with it. So those guys have the right to do whatever they want to that land. And he says, I want to hold a city council meeting to make a pre-application determination. The Gilmans are barred from opening a brothel and force a sale through an eminent domain action or a public nuisance action. Under eminent domain theory, the city takes the land, compensates the Gilmans, and then sells to ID LLC. You're not allowed to do that in Nevada. Number one. Number two, that's how you get found in the fucking desert. Forcing the government to take someone's land, that's some Pinkerton level shit. And anybody who does that, you get what's coming to you, regardless of who you are. So, he says because they're sitting on the land and they're barred from operating a brothel, it's created a public nuisance. And the nuisance is interfere with the ability of tourists and residents to enjoy a brothel in Winnemucca. It has injured intimate dealings as we are wanting to open a brothel in Winnemucca and cannot because they're sitting on it. Really? Really? So in the alternative, we propose a second zone to be approved for a brothel. We have drafted an ordinance for it to be voted on, and that's he attached exhibits. So, pointing out the brothel owner says the Wild Horse Ranch is closed. Sad stuff for Russell. But he wants to introduce and make the Scott Shady Motel. And they want to not only an entire motel, it's just part of a motel they want to do. And he wants to have it repurposed. And I'll give him credit. He put all this work. I mean, there's a lot of fucking work he put into this. So it's actually impressive if he wants to. You know, he's motivated by pussy. If there was some copyrighted pussy out there, Russell would be all over this case and arguing it properly. So, so Russell Greer showed up to the court, showed up to a city council hearing, and he had a PowerPoint presentation. So he said the overview. He says, "Hello, my name is Russell. Let's talk about whores." Now, this is something like, is Vince McMahon going to be there going, "Yes, more whores. Yes, just like Janelle." The chairman, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. But yes, brothels have operated in Winnemucca from the 1940s to 2019 in the Broad Street area. It was commonly referred to as the Line. And I'm sure people in Winnemucca wanted to burn this fucking place to the ground. Societies have collapsed over pussy, yes. You know, the Greeks went to war while the Trojan War mainly was about Achilles' rage. It started off about pussy. So, in 2019, the new owners who own the Rusting Ranch in Story demolished the 4 houses and sat on the land. They initially blamed COVID, but the pandemic is long over. There's no excuse for sitting on the only land in a tourist hotspot like Winnemucca. I mean, Winnemucca is a place, but I mean, outside of Johnny Cash's song "I've Been Everywhere, Man," on the dusty Winnemucca Road, I don't. If you're going to Winnemucca, Mac, with me, you can ride. I think that's about the only way I know about Winnemucca. So, I mean, yeah, just look at this. This is like a crack house, whorehouse. Or is that the Ricada house? I can't tell. With all the garbage. Potential licensing issues. And he's bringing up the licensing problems. Then there's lithium miners. There will be 2,000 miners in Winnemucca from 2025 to 2025 to 2027. They will need a form of entertainment. Well, that's true. Roughnecks and miners, they like doing drugs, and they like drugs and whoring. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. That is a thing. Is that Ralph's shack? No, Ralph probably keeps his, like, I mean, he's got bottles laying around, but I'm sure it's far cleaner. So the solution, zone a second property. Casinos, bars, and dispensaries aren't restricted to one area. Why should brothels be? We heart brothels. It's like I heart radio. I heart whores. Most manual labor folks do. Well, yeah. I mean, yes. Oh. So who are we? ID passionately, intimate dealings passionately cares about and advocates for brothels. We don't seek to use women. Rather, we seek to drool on them. We provide a safe and fun environment for consenting adults. Winnemucca is the perfect spot. And this is brothels. Like, this is just so fucking cringe. The proposed zone would be in the furthest right hotel wing. That's right, chat. There's going to be a whorehouse on the right wing. And you're like, reactionary. But it's of a specific hotel. So they're parceling off a hotel, guys. This is not like, it's literally part of a hotel. Like, and I forgot to bring up the Google map here. But 401 West 1st Street in Winnemucca. Like, it's fucking weird how we went, like, this is the most insane parceling of land. How he wants to do this. It's so weird. This is what he's looking at here. This is the property. He wants to take one part of this and parcel it. Like, he's going to take part of this and parcel it off. Just one piece of this property and get it rezoned and do everything with it. That is so, like, I guess like liberals would love this because it's like mixed density. You know, like they get their boner over that stuff, mixed density neighborhoods. But this is just, that's an abomination of, as much as I don't like zoning, you can't do this. This doesn't work. It doesn't work. So he wants to split this up. And getting back to this, they say the proposed zone would be in the furthest right wing of the hotel and the Scott Shady, and we would parcel off. The proposed benefits. Buildings already to accommodate a large number of women and clients. Zoned away from Broad Street not to create a traffic jam. And avoid any rival conflicts. Meaning horror wars. Pimpin' ain't easy, chat. Russell Greer's going to have to fucking carry his... Going to walk around carrying a little 25 to, keep the hose in line. Still within the city, but off the main roads. It could open in June if licensing and parceling was approved. A new zone will benefit Winnemucca. It could increase tourism, prevents a monopoly, creates jobs. Licensing quarter revenue goes back to the city. Oh, yeah, that's what they need, chat. Thank you. There we go. This is actually nuts. Oh, you have no fucking idea. This man is insane. He is insane in the membrane. So, let's see here. Got to keep up on some other things here. Blade 2.0. He said, Sean, I had a hyper-realistic dream. You needed to exchange several $100s for silver coins to get out of trouble. So I did, and everything was okay. What does that mean, Sean? I gave the silver. I don't know, but I'm not in trouble, so it must have worked. So thank you. I hope you were compensated properly. Unhung Hero says, I have a pair of used leaf spring packs from a Ford Ranger if you want them, LOL. I can find leaf springs. I have access to stuff, but I'm just saying, if you ever want to make weapons, leaf spring steel, the steel for leaf springs is very good. The only problem is used leaf springs have a tendency to have cracks in them. And those cracks come out when you try to heat treat blades. So that's why they fall apart. Jose Rodriguez says, I'm about to catch a flight. And, well, safe travels, man. It's hilarious that after everything Greer did, it was found his proposed brothel was 100% illegal being too close to a church. Well, we're going to get to that. Automata says the only way to conquer fear is chocolate-covered spiders. Well, then I guess I'm going to be afraid for fucking ever because I'm not eating those. As fat as I am not eating chocolate. Fair Frozen 55 says, here's some emotional support. I'm not a bitch about spiders. Well, I don't fault you if it was centipedes. Those are nasty. Well, we don't really have centipedes. I've never really run into them. So, knock on wood. But you're down in Puerto Rico. Those things are there. Yeah, scary. Decaf Geek. I think I got this one, but if I didn't yet. Glad you're covering this, Sandwich Man. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, useful mistake is correct. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure that the sanctions haven't been paid. Yes, well, he had 30 days to pay. Detail says, hi, Sean. Well, hello. Decaf Geek. I didn't see this one earlier, too, so I apologize. Quick question here. If the IFP fraud occurred during the original 2020 filing, and if he filed for IFP and the appeal to the 10th, would a dismissal due to fraud invalidate the appellate decision because of the fraud? You'd have to go to the 10th Circuit and seek that, and I don't think the 10th Circuit would grant that. They would say, sorry, we made our ruling. Remember, it's also the farms. They're going to tell you to fuck off anyway. So, no, that would not invalidate it. They would not invalidate it. Sicilialism is saying, how to get the subs work. You have to turn it on in your user profile or your settings. You can do it. If you go on to, if you Google it, it'll show you how to do it. Useful mistake real quick says, oh, so the white represents someone in power? For shame, Sean. For shame. I don't know what you're getting at, sir. Oh. Let me see here. I'm making sure I caught up everybody else. Jefferson Post says, it's my life and my face don't move. Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then John Coleman for $5. Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody else as well. Please forward this to Nick to support his skooma fund. Okay. Oh. Let me see here. Territory says, I have leaf springs from a Land Rover, but there's very little left of them due to Russ not sleeping. Well. Oh, yes. JB is saying he should show a few alternatives. I think this proposal's weak. Yes. David says Nevada law forbids brothels in counties with large populations. That's correct. That's why the Bunny Ranch and all those things are way out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So. Useful Mistake says, who goes some way out of a shithole from a brothel aside from Russell? A lot of people, like, they make money doing it. They make money. The Bunny Ranch makes money. Those places make money. Some people are doing it for sex tourism. Some of them are losers, but some of it's like, I got a hooker. I went and had a hooker. Like, that's a thing for some people. So let's see my PowerPoint on it. Well, I'm not doing a PowerPoint on support of whoring. You want to pay me, I'll do it. Yes, Dolly, thank you. It's like 45 minutes, but yeah, I'm sorry. I get wrapped up in reading Russell's struggles. Have I looked into the Games Workshop suing people yet? Not yet. That's something I need to work on. Send me some more stuff if you have updates on that, Stabby. So, thank you. Yes. One for me and one for my hooker. Yes, like Boogie. Okay, so we're going to keep going here, guys. We're going to keep going. Now, we have once again posted by Reactionary. He provided this, had it up on the farms, did some work on it. We have Russell at his hearing or at the city council meeting. So here we go. This is interesting. So here we go. You guys ready? Here is Russell doing his thing.
Request to expand the adult entertainment zoning district to include the Stott Shady Court motel property located at 400 West 1st Street, APM number 15-0132-18. State your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Russell Greer. I just want to say that property actually fell through. So I'm no longer proposing that property. I am working with a realtor here, and unfortunately he never showed up. But so
now here's the thing. The people Russell claimed to be involved with have immediately distanced themselves, saying, like, I'm not involved in this. I'm not part of this. I ain't doing this. Nope. They've all noped the fuck right out of this with Russell. So every time he uses a name, everybody's like, never heard of him. Sorry, this guy's making shit up. He's absolutely bullshit lying. But yes, that's what's happening with Russell. He's like, that guy's not here. It's like, no shit, he's not here. So, but here he is. Keep talking.
we have been trying to get a hold of Lance and Donald Dillon. They own the adult entertainment zone, and we've been unsuccessful so far. However, since it's just sitting there, we were proposing to expand the zone. There's a building right next to it. It's on 2nd Street, close to that area. And I don't want to propose it just yet, just because we're still trying to work it out. But I just wanted to just come and just ask the question. We are trying to buy at least one parcel from the buildings, but if the buildings don't want to sell, is the city council open to potentially expanding the zone so other, more competition?
Okay.
Well, you got your agenda item that's pretty narrow, so it's
Our agenda is speaking specifically here, but about expanding the zone, I don't think the council has an appetite for that.
Okay.
I mean, we do have a zoned area.
They're a bunch of Scandinavian prudes, Russell. Get a hold of Nick. He'll help you out. He knows how to deal with these people. Well, actually, they're Mormon prudes out in Nevada, but the bald guy on the right is struggling. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. This guy's like, oh, God, we got to finish. Oh. Oh. Yes, he is. So here we go.
Granted, there are no current operating brothels there, but I think if we were to go to expand it, the property owner would have to make that request to rezone and things like that. So I think, I don't think bringing this issue in front of the public and the city council level is probably a good thing. We've been without them for several years. I think some of the attitude in our city is we're fine like we are. So, that's just my opinion.
So what if they do sell one parcel to us? Are you open to that area reopening? It's already zoned as that, or do you no longer want it?
No, it's zoned for that. That would be a business proposition. That has nothing to do with the city.
Okay.
As long as you comply with whatever requirements are in place. It's not a we like it or dislike it. It's whether or not it's allowed per the current laws. That's all it is.
Okay.
And that's a private business decision. That's not a governmental decision.
Right.
So, yeah, I think we have a zone district and we're not looking to expand.
The city of Winnemucca is not for more whores, Russell. It's closed for whoring.
That's my opinion.
My opinion is the same thing. As it's there, it's been there, but expanding it, I'm not interested.
All right. I just thought one of their phone numbers, so I'm going to try calling them today, see if it'll tell. But I really appreciate your time and allowing me to come in front of you.
Okay, we appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, we will open up to public comment again. Have any?
More question than comment. My name is Roger Baylock. I own the owner of Scott Shady Court Motel.
So that place that Russell wanted to fuck with is there, the owner of it. So here we go.
New to Winnemucca, but I've dealt with a lot of other governments, and I find it kind of strange that my property can get on the city agenda without me being notified or
And that's pretty fucked up. Some guy comes out there and he's like, I own the property, and this fucker shows up trying to get you to eminent domain my shit. Yeah, that would piss me off too. You're in rural Nevada, man. That's how you end up in a fucking hole in the ground. You can be detached, mind from spirit and body from soul. And they'll try to hold a mass and put your body in a hole for shit like that. Is this guy speaking through? Is he speaking through a voice machine? Yeah. Hold on. Chad, can you hear me? No, I just think he's in the back of the room.
or asks for consent or something, and I'm wondering just how that happened. Happened because that gentleman that was here made a request to see if the city council had any appetite to move the adult entertainment zoning district further that way, that property specifically. So it doesn't have to have your consent for them to have somebody make a request about it. I mean, anybody can come in and everybody can make a request on any property. I mean, but I mean, the city, obviously, a request of that nature would have to come from the owner in order to effectuate the ultimate zone change. So he just wanted to know if there was, an appetite for it. That's what he wanted to know. And I talked to you, and I told him, there's probably no appetite, but he acting on his own said,
yeah, my favorite word, appetite.
And so that, and then after we talked, I informed him that there was no appetite, and that basically I thought there was zero chance that this would happen in Winnemucca. Yeah. And I sent him that email March 26th, and I thought it was a dead issue, and then all of a sudden Thursday night, I'm getting calls that I'm on the agenda.
Yeah.
And my understanding was that he had some kind of an ownership, possibility, something like that. That's what I understood. I mean, he was, less than clear, I guess. For the record, I've never met the guy yet. I've exchanged 2 emails with him, and no one here's met him either. So
He has been notifying myself and the city manager for years.
He's been very persistent.
I mean, yes, it's the little pimp that could. One day, John Henry was a steel driving man, chat. Russell Greer is a whore driving man. One day, he'll be there with his hammer in his hand.
It's all been through emails, I believe. I've never talked to him. I did try to call him once and never had any success. Trying to explain that I didn't think it was going to go anywhere. Try to head it off, but he...
Okay, I just have some plans for my own plans for the area, but so I just kind of curious more how all this happened. So thank you.
Thank you.
So there you go, chat. That was how that went. Oh wow. Real quick, we got to get to this. We got a let me see here. LOL for $4.99 says, saw from the doc you received the audio recording. When will you post it or cover it? It's posted already up, and we covered it earlier. So we covered it in kind of chronological order. So you have to go back a ways, but we did cover it. All right. And then Anderson Cooper says, the only guy I knew from Nevada was an ex-Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, but there's a ton of fucking Mormons in Nevada. A ton of Mormons. And then no for 5,000 Argentine pesos. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. He says, fuck, I miss a stream. The mushmouth tard neighbor Greer streams are my favorite. Looking forward to the replay. P.S. It's literally the highest amount of money YouTube will let me donate, and it's just under $5. And you know what? I thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's how it is, man. But I appreciate the support. Like I said, guys, you're just sitting here lurking. I appreciate the support. If you give me a thumbs up, I like the support. Thank you. If you chat, thank you. If you super chat, thank you. You do membership, thank you. I appreciate every little bit. And then he says, Sean, please let me donate with crypto so I can donate real amounts of money. That is a real amount of money. I'll set up a crypto wallet if you want. I can work on that. I have one, but I have crypto I fuck around with. Maybe I'll put that up so we can use it. I spent 3 times this amount just on an Uber today. Oof. Wow. Well, hey, aren't things are getting better down there? Aren't they supposed to be down in Argentina? And No says, I always feel so bad about how YouTube treats decimalized currencies. You have no reason to feel bad at all. I appreciate it. Besides, if Tridio hadn't put up a red boy earlier, you'd give me a red boy. And you know what? It's still a red boy. And that's always, it's good to see. It's good to see. So thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being that considerate. And I'll set a wallet up. I'll put my wallet up so you guys can throw in there if you want to. Lamo has been a member for 5 months. Thank you for being here. Says, watch Russ's body language, the RPD. Yeah. He is he's something else, man. He is something else when he's like skicking around. I need Noel ask Noel to set up XMR chat. Ooh, I do. I didn't even thought about that. Yeah, a red boy's a red boy. Yes. So, it's still a red boy, you guys. I paid my rent with Clyde coin. Yeah. Well, hey, Clyde coin is going to the moon, chat. So. Are Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses different kinds of heretics? Well, I mean, I'm not going to get in a fight here with the Mormons, but yes, Joseph Smith was not a prophet. He's a false prophet. And yes, the Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah, they're not and they're not apostates, but yeah, I consider them heretics. So, yes. So, Doge is falling while Clydecoin's always evergreen. Clydecoin is always evergreen. Clydecoin is going to the moon, chat. Yes, off der Mond, as they say in Castle Wolfenstein. So that's Russell's attempt to get these people to do what he wanted there. So, now Russell did bring up another motion, and this is in response to Russell's request to the partial modification of the order that he asked the court to do to get more time to bring himself in compliance. This court has twice ordered Russell to provide documents, and he has not done so. He indicated he would possess and be happy to provide the documents he later claimed he didn't possess. In that same email, he admitted the only relevant case would be trying to seek restraining orders against Joshua Moon. Now, Greer tells it differently. After ignoring both the initial request and the short form discovery, Greer now states they're irrelevant and can only be obtained at some cost from a third party. Greer should not be able to profit from his evolving narrative. He should be held to the response he provided and shouldn't be able to claim it's a burden to produce documents he claimed to possess. The documents cannot be obtained from any source other than Greer because he's the one who initiated the court action under seal without serving Josh. The court has already denied public records request, and Greer is therefore the only source. They do not object, though, that he be given additional time to comply. So they're partially agreeing with them, but they're not saying, nope, you don't get out of this. So they are partially in this, but not all the way. Now, there is other, and immediately after that, we are moving along, chat. Russell Greer shows up on the 18th, very, very upset. He's steamed, chat. Oh, by golly, he's mad. He's still mad, chat. See, Russell, I didn't show your address, so don't cry. He comes forward and know why they shouldn't be sanctioned for abusing the litigation process for all the supplemental authorities. And this is Russell crying about everything that's done. So in the last few months, this case has turned into juvenile and unethical attempts to find any fault with a pro se litigant. Yes, Russell, this is how it works. When you are a pro se litigant, I will find every way to fuck with you. This is more from critiquing every imperfect procedural move, which is what you do, to defendants and their lawyer invading plaintiff's personal life and business to stalk anything he does. Currently, the defendants have gathered documents from Humboldt County, Nevada, to try to show the alleged dishonesty. Well, they've shown it. The plaintiff had accidentally scheduled a city council meeting on the same day as the court hearing. When he realized the goof up, he tried scheduling for a different day with Humboldt. They wouldn't allow that, and so plaintiff asked this court to delay the hearing. The court declined, and he appeared from telephone from Winnemucca, Nevada. That should have been the end of that. Well, I thought you said it was an emergency. Is it an emergency? I thought you said it was an emergency, Russell. Your Honor, I'm just a retard. Hardin has decided he will harass and embarrass the plaintiff in every way possible. Based! Mega based! Mr. Hardin filed a public information request seeking communications to the plaintiff. Hardin made a point of not bringing up this case, but rather restraining orders from 5 to 10 years ago. Misunderstood things the defendants have cited are worthy of tormenting the plaintiff with. And the plaintiff will say it right now. He is a brother, a son, and an uncle. His life matters. I'd say, Your Honor, objection, speculation. Speculation, Your Honor. That's speculative. Only facts in your pleadings, sir. Only facts in your pleadings. His life has value. Further speculation. Further speculation. Conjecture. Plaintiff has a facial disability anxiety. Well, okay, I bet. I don't doubt that's true. I don't doubt that's true. Oh God. Oh shoot, hold on here. Matthew Harden's like, we're gonna do Rule 11 sanctions for that line too. Yeah. Would you let Russell Greer meet your children? Yes. Plaintiff has a facial disability anxiety. Living with a hard disability, compounded with anxiety, has resulted in the plaintiff doing things that he regrets. So you're admitting you've harassed Josh Moon. The restraining orders are an example of a person needing to hear the other side before rushing to conclusions. So you admit you filed frivolous things. The first two restraining orders were the result of a woman stealing $4,000 from the plaintiff. Did she really steal it from you, Russell? We're not telling the truth now. We're not telling the truth now here. Oh, wow, yeah. So he contacted her place of employment to warn them about her. That resulted in her manager putting restraining orders on the plaintiff that have since expired. Yes, because that was a whore. And yeah, Russell, stealing. The plaintiff was young in the law and didn't fight them, not realizing how bad they look, how they can be used against a person, like the defendants are now. The only other restraining orders from 2020 was a dismissed cause of action in this case for defamation. In essence, plaintiff didn't handle a falling out of a relationship well and unloaded it on a girl through email. Shocker! Shocker that you're a stalker, child. Plaintiff disagrees that was a crime, but he said that his actions could have been better. Again, it takes a person to truly walk in the shoes of a disabled person to understand why he would have acted that way. Plaintiff has gone to therapy and improved. Those around plaintiff agree he has changed and should have the right to move on. But Kiwi Farms has decided such trivial actions make plaintiff somehow worse than Joseph Stalin and other infamous people. Yes, he's worse than Stalin, chat. Russell Greer is literally Hitler. It's actually because the plaintiff a lot of depression that he can't move on from his mistakes and why this case was even filed. So that Mr. Moon could be held accountable for hosting such a vile site. What does this have to do with fucking copyright again? What does this have to do with copyright again, you little fucker? Yes, why isn't the Farms capitalized, you son of a bitch? And for the record, plaintiff is not embarrassed of being involved with legal vice in Nevada. It just has no relevancy. And the notices from the defendants need to stop. It is Mr. Harden who is attempting to embarrass plaintiff based again. It is now turning into harassment. Mega based. Oh my God. And this here. You should be punished. Russell, you should be caned for this. What did you do to your footnotes? This is disgusting. This is fatherless behavior. The plaintiff goofed up with accidentally scheduling the meeting at the same time as the hearing, but has since been resolved. I mean, oh my God, this is just awful. This is awful. The motion for a show cause order. Because Mr. Hunter demands to scrutinize each and every action, the plaintiff in turn demands his court to scrutinize the actions of a licensed attorney. Russell Greer throws down the reverso card and goes, but it is you who are out of order, Mr. Harden. It is you. The actions are clear in violation of Rule 11. As he's using legal filings to harass plaintiff. Again, this is a copyright case. What plaintiff does in his personal life and what he believes or chooses to engage in has no bearing in this case. The more things the defendants file, the more proof plaintiff is taking the Virginia State Bar, and for a forthcoming motion for Mr. Harden to lose his pro hoc status. Well, fucking get to it, man. Jerk your pistol and get to work, Russell. Let's go. You're just going to stand there and bleed otherwise. Harden refers to these as threats, but what is the plaintiff supposed to do if there's clearly abuse? Harden is well aware who the defendants are, and they actively monitor the case. Harden in December made plaintiff retract statements that he was involved with Kiwi Farms. Well, what other conclusion is there to infer if the lawyer isn't even arguing copyright, but rather digging up irrelevant information? Then make a motion to show cause. why he shouldn't be sanctioned, as they're using litigation to harass and embarrass the plaintiff. Based. Signed, Russell Greer. Well, there we are, chat. It's oh wow. Things start escalating from here. So the court looks at Russell, and the court says, no, we're not doing this. The court hereby orders Greer to produce a copy of the restraining order against Josh Moon in Utah on or before June 3rd, 2025. It meant June 13th, 2025. The defendant shall file a status report with the court regarding Greer's production on or before June 10th, 2025, or June 20th, 2025. It's so weird the way this is all set up here. But yes, Russell got told, you're going to do the same thing. The court says, you're going to produce that filing. Yes. So, yes, this is when, and now, guys, the cope storm now reaches level 5. Here it goes. Here it goes. The Russell cope begins hard and fast, chat. Very hard. Long and hard. Long and hard. Deep and wide. Deep and wide. There's a mountain flowing deep and wide. So here we go. Russell Greer moves forward and gives notice of supplemental authority. He noticed Matthew Harden does it. He's like, I shall copy him. The authority of the plaintiff attorney. Remember, there's an exclamation point there. He's excited. Threatening once again to sanction for words he doesn't like in a document. On May 15th, Matthew Harden sent Russell Greer a threat. He threatened to sanction plaintiff because of wording he didn't like in a document. The disagreement with the wording is Harden didn't like the exhibit used in support of the conclusion Mr. Moon's used to stalk and send death threats to people. Mr. Harden cited a photo of victim at Kiwi Farms, saying the farms wasn't threatening him. However, there are multiple things in that photo. It's unclear when the photo is from. It's unclear if it's actually the person saying that. And there's documented proof of the victim from 2022 saying the farms has been stalking him and sending death threats. And this is Patrick Tomlinson, who finally admitted the farms is not behind the threats and the bomb threats and the swatting for him. As seen from the link, the other victim has dealt with the same things plaintiff has been dealing with. The victim further writes, the great pepperoni connoisseur himself, Patrick Tomlinson, who we need to get back to as well once Karen Reed is over, on his lawsuit with the Milwaukee Police Department. The owner of Kiwi Farms, we know he knows because we tried taking him and others to court. So instead of removing the private info he used to harass us, he spent thousands of his own money to keep it online where it could be abused. Plaintiff appreciates defendant's attorney sending him another electronic threat because it has given them the opportunity to show this court Joshua Moon, John Potter, has a pattern of refusing to remove copyrighted material of other people who unfortunately found themselves on the farms. In light of these continuing threats and now opposing counsel digging up plaintiff's affairs, plaintiff urges this court to demand a show cause order. The plaintiffs are making it extremely hard to litigate this case, as the plaintiff is considering criminal charges against opposing counsel for stalking him. Matthew Harden has brought this on himself. This is a copyright case, yet he has chosen to threaten and belittle and stalk the plaintiff through public information requests. This is unquestionably unethical and unbecoming of a lawyer. He's allowed all of this to be published on the farms. This court needs to stop the conduct of the defendants. Respectfully submit Russell Greer. My left foot. Whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Exhibit A. So Matthew Harden says, good morning, Mr. Greer. While I'm waiting to be served your protective order, it has been brought to my attention you made a materially false statement in your filing at number 263. I write to request you withdraw that pleading and provide notice that we may seek sanctions if you do not withdraw the inaccurate representations. Because he stated it's a real fear, as Moon's users have a documented history of sending death threats to other lolcows like Patrick Tomlinson. Instead, it mentions the swatting and things that happened in the swatting incidents. Well, no, it was Tor swats, and there's some theory that Patrick Tomlinson kind of paid for that himself, but that hasn't been sussed yet out all the way, chat. That's just a theory. That's just a theory out there, chat. That's just a theory. And then Russell says in B, sir, that's a screenshot with no date. It just says 1 hour. However, I have proof. I have proof from 8/24/22 of Patrick Tomlinson. And yes, this is Patrick Tomlinson saying, I have a thread on Kiwi Farms. The thread has grown to more than 1,000 pages, stalker child. We've been trespassed, vandalized, ID stolen, death threats, swatted 4 times, dropped Kiwi Farms. Patrick, if we did that, nobody would know about your pepperoni making. We've given the world, we've given you the chance to demonstrate your culinary skills to the world. Because yes, chat, he does abduct melanated men and grinds them up into pepperoni and eats the pepperoni. That is a thing he does. So now they go on to say, here's the more of the things here. Yes, Kiwi Farms is one giant organized criminal conspiracy. Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know about that. If it is, it's kind of the gayest conspiracy. It's the most autistic conspiracy ever. You can derail it by talking about trains and all kinds of other shit very quickly. That's how horrible of a conspiracy it is. That's how horrible of a conspiracy it is out there, chat. If you really want to know. If you really want to know how the farms are, you can throw out something and completely derail it. So I don't know how this works. But anyways, we are getting into it, chat. Russell is starting to disintegrate here. So Matthew Harden responds. And Matthew Harden says, look, you haven't said what violates Rule 11. What pleading violates Rule 11 or in what way? Greer hasn't complied with Rule 11. Remember, Rule 11 requires you to give undersigned counsel 21 days to withdraw the pleading. Instead, he requests vague relief from the court, listing a series of grievances that have originated with Greer's own false statements. Greer selectively edited exhibits to his filings. Too much that, one at number 298 is missing. Greer is such a prolific litigant that he admits he has no idea how many lawsuits he's been involved in. Nevertheless, how many lawsuits he's filed, he's somehow certain he has never encountered any attorney who engages in this type of behavior. But the underlying type of behavior is undefined by Mr. Greer. If any behavior is inappropriate, Greer has not explained what behavior is or why is it inappropriate. Instead, he expects the proposition supports itself or is otherwise self-evident. But undersigned counsel cannot defend himself from unsupported allegations. If Greer is angry, that undersigned counsel has zealous rights to defend his client. And counsel notes the Utah Supreme Court would hold that as an ethical obligation, not sanctionable activity. And yes, attorneys can take whatever lawful and ethical measures are required to vindicate the causes or endeavors. If the court has concerns, undersigned counsel requests a show cause be issued identifying what conduct might be of concern and setting a schedule for briefing or other proceedings so counsel can clear his name. Alternatively, if the court's concern is only that Greer himself is abusing Rule 11, the court might consider issuing such an order to the plaintiff instead. If Greer believes there's cause, he is free to properly serve a motion under Rule 11. So, they established Greer has established no basis for the issuance of show cause. Additionally, counsel asserts that Greer is welcome to properly serve a Rule 11 motion. Signed, Matthew Harden. Matthew Harden says, "Get at me, dog." And Russell Greer goes, "Ruh." So Russell Greer is going to get at him. Russell Greer is going to try again. He's going to try again. He's like, "But Your Honor, I have more information. I have more information about the Kiwi farmers." I'm really enjoying this dramatic interpretation. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. They're true facts, allegedly. Isn't this known racist Patrick Tomlinson? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm assuming Anderson Cooper is probably making a comment about Camelot. If you're being lapped, get the fuck out of the way. Well, yeah. So Russell Greer comes forward now and gives notice of a second supplemental authority. So on May 20th, Matthew Hardin filed a public records request demanding communications from a realtor named Waylon, who plaintiff talked to about land. This is turning into something else entirely than Matthew Hardin's stated intentions for finding out why plaintiff tried delaying the hearing. This has turned into criminal stalking. Communications from a realtor have nothing to do with the copyright case. Plaintiff has had to spend all morning sending warnings to contacts about an unhinged lawyer going by the name of Matthew, John Potter, and his cousin Matthew Potter. It has been a very stressful day. Got the vapors. Plaintiff has had to go to the Las Vegas Metro Area Command, meaning the LMVPD, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police, to file a police report against attorney Matthew Hardin. He alone has brought this on himself. Again, the plaintiff urges this court to stop this conduct. Being a lawyer does not give the right to stalk and compile documents. It does, though, with this case. Documents are going to end up on the farms. The farm should be capitalized, sir. Yes, where is the document? Where is the document? Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. Sorry, chat. Sorry, we're here. Okay. I moved the screen. Hey, I'm doing pretty good, chat. We got 3 hours in before I did that. I get credit. This does not represent the public interest. Oh, so what's the exhibit? Blank pages. Siri found a contact, Matthew Hardin at gmail.com. So the city of Winnemucca records request. Records, oh my God. The city of potentially scuffed. Oh, this is scuffed as fuck, homie. Any emails from Russell Greer dated or after May 16th, 2025, which emails are in the custody of any member of the city manager's office. Any emails to or from Waylon Huber dated on or after April 1st. Once again, to show Russell has done more lying. So. Oh. And there's just more records requests here. And Russell is like, that's not fair. You can't do this. That's not fair. So. Oh, Russell is getting desperate, chat. He is getting so desperate here. Russell then moves on again. He files another motion. Now, Russell, I like how Russell kind of adopts what he sees. He's mimicking. He's trying to learn, but he doesn't know why. He's requesting to refer this matter to the judge and a motion for a stay. So what's he ask for? Well, on February 12th, the court issued a memorandum and ordered Russell to pay $1,000. The magistrate denied a bonded stay. From what plaintiff understood, Judge Bennett didn't have the authority to stay an order from Judge Barlow. Yeah, the magistrate can't do that. Jim says, what state is this in? It's in the District of Utah. So. Therefore, the plaintiff requests a stay from Judge Barlow and for this motion to be referred to Judge Barlow. Plaintiff disagrees with the 12-12 order. You're like 3 months late there, buddy. And he kindly asked for a stay pending appeal to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, which said appeal would have commenced at the conclusion of the district court case. He says the sanction's not worth $1,000. And he believes any sanction should fall under a $500 amount. The defendants claim great prejudice, but can't pinpoint what prejudice they suffered. They claim the harm they suffered was by getting subpoenas ready and other removers that they chose to do. Yes, in response to your case. The defendants never informed plaintiff of their intentions to subpoena. They don't have to. And so they chose to accept that cost. Matter of law, the 10th Circuit hasn't ruled on. Okay. Well, the website is ran by a self-described insane person with no assets whose users share the same characteristics. Well, I mean, maybe we're all autistic, but we have assets. That plaintiff was justified, and thus no sanction should have been imposed. For instance, it should be adjudicated whether it is indeed bad faith to be hesitant to reveal information because the defendants run a stalking website whose lawyer seems to be intimately involved with. Plaintiff looked, and this is a case of first impression, to deal with the stalking site whose users purposely abuse private information. Yes, everything's a first impression. The 10th Circuit also needs to expand on whether pro se confusion with initial disclosures constitutes bad faith. Since both questions have not been expounded upon, it seems unjust for the plaintiff to pay the judgment. Because the case is not concluded, plaintiff can't appeal the sanction, nor can he file an interlocutory appeal. That's correct, he can't. The judge has already said, yes, you were wrong. And the judge cut it down from $5,000 to $1,000. You should take your dub, Russell. And since the 10th Circuit does not require a full amount of bond for a Rule 62 stay, he would ask for 10% of the judgment. He believes that none of this is worth $1,000. He believes it'll be reversed. And shortly after the memorandum, the plaintiff and defendant stipulated they would deduct $250 from the $1,000, leaving the amount owed at $744.75. This deduction shows the defendants won't be hurt if the full amount is not posted. Lastly, it took the defendants a year to agree to pay what they were ordered to by this court. And since the amount is $774, the plaintiff requests a bond of $74.75. I thought he could pay for everything, but now he's a po' boy, and he wants to pay that bond. Well, suffer, Russell. Suffer! Oh my God, this man is insufferable, and he's too retarded to know what he's doing. He's too retarded to know. So, oh. We are getting to the best parts, chat. We are now moving on. So from here, there is a motion for an extension of time that Matthew Harden responds to. And Matthew Harden's asking the court for more time to do things. So what does he need to do? Well, he wants a request. This is in response to Russell's filing. And Matthew Harden's like, well, we need time to work on this because there's stuff we have to file. And they point out that it's been over 2 months. The parties briefed this exact same issue before the magistrate. They point out that Russell did not email the document to counsel, so counsel never received it contemporaneously with the court, which you're supposed to do. And if you go back here, he didn't properly serve. 10%. Yes. 10 peanuts! They say Greer's instant briefings do not exactly mirror his earlier briefing and introduce new facts. There's new things that have to be considered. And the defendants may seek to modify their orders on account of these new facts. They say Greer's repeatedly confessed in his own filings he has the ability to pay fees. And he lost his IFP status. They have been filing a growing body of evidence which indicates Greer's IFP status was obtained by fraud. Greer's been paying state court proceedings. And they address all the other stuff he's been doing. So they say Greer's repeatedly indicated that he's refusing to pay court fees as a form of retribution for a vigorous defense mounted by Josh and the Farms. He says he believes there's a legitimate reason he's not obligated to pay fees. And then he says, in response to the request for payment, he says, I'm getting the police involved. You are foot ducking done. To the extent that Greer's narratives, Greer's motivated in bad faith to evade a judgment, rather than good faith to raise meritorious legal issues. The defendant should be entitled to develop and produce evidence regarding Greer's bad faith, and they do. Additionally, Greer says he is contacting individuals to warn them against discussing anything with undersigned counsel. And they said defendants have served a motion for sanctions upon Russell relating to his various statements in this court about his financial ability to build brothels. That motion cannot be filed till June 10th because of the rules of civil procedure. So they respectfully submit the motion for sanctions will shed considerable light on Greer's IFP status and on the issues he raised. So they ask for more time. And here is the emails that were sent out. These are great. Matthew Harden sends this out, and this is from the 19th of May. And I love how he does this. It seems you paid $425 to the Secretary of State to start a new brothel-focused LLC on May 14th, 2025. The same day you also told the district court you could not pay the filing fees because it would be a financial hardship. Oh. Is there a reason you would be wealthy enough to start a new brothel company, but not pay filing fees? Or the sanctions the court has already awarded? Otherwise, I'm afraid this is grounds for sanctions. I am copying your dad because your email of New Year's Eve seems to indicate he was in charge of your financial affairs. And Waylon Huber because the recent Winnemucca production seems to indicate you are also using his services to acquire expensive real estate while telling the court you were too poor to pay for sanctions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Please let me know if there's been a misunderstanding. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dad has been CC'd, and Waylon from Robin Hood Realty has been CC'd. Blind CC'd Joshua Moon. Joshua Connor Moon. So Russell then comes back and says, hi, because I believe you're not entitled to the money. Russell in his own way says, Suffer! You're not entitled to it. Suffer, Kiwi Farms. Suffer, Harden. I goofed up the initial disclosure. This is the first time ever getting this far in a lawsuit. I never got past. It's like Darkside Phil. I never got past this level. I don't know what to do. I don't believe I should be sanctioned for a mistake or because my witness did a 180 on me. Your witness died. I mean, that is a 180 going from alive to dead. I was going to pay it at one time, but then you kept filing frivolous notices. So I decided I would just fight this and appeal this. I need time to file another stay with the 10th Circuit and whether it's justifiable. I know you'll publish this as a notice. I would ask you to stop publishing things that don't need to be published. Also, why are you messaging me on 3 different emails? There's a Gmail, an iCloud, and now a Proton. Thanks. Oh. So, Russell Greer also says, I am getting the police involved. You're now involving people I'm in contact with. You are fucking done. No. Russell is not ready for this chat. Russell then gets interfering with the records request. Russell is slowly falling apart here. The records lady at Winnemucca City, he says, I strongly oppose this. Do not release the records. He's a lawyer for his stalking site. Matthew, I'm getting the police involved. You are done, sir! Matthew Harden, you are fucked! The cops are coming, Matthew Harden. You are done. You are Dunsky. It's over, chat. It's over. Pack your bags. He's not going to make it, chat. Total THD, chat. That's right. Total Harden death. Total Harden death. Backtrace his IP. Yes. Hold on. I'm in. I think it's what you have to. It's like the joke goes, is that what you have to say when you hack something? I'm in. Oh, God. So, but yes, you are done, sir. Do not redeem. Mr. Harden, you do not redeem. Stop hacking. Stop hacking. I'm not hacking. Matthew Harden's hacking. Enjoy prison, Harden child. Yes. Oh, no. I only hack when I only hack when I cough or I produce content. It's hacky, so. You can say this channel is the real Hackamania. So we have more information, chat. We are at the golden age of Russell Greer here, chat. We are to the best parts. You've stuck around for it all. Notice of more supplemental authority. Russell Greer sent an email calling him Mr. Stalker. Followed up later, Russell Greer said that he should fuck off. Kindly. Heartfelt fuck off. Oh. So what did Russell Greer say? Well, Russell Greer said, thanks for the email, Mr. Stalker. And then we get to the good one. Matthew, you are insane. This is why I'm pursuing criminal charges. I actually took off work to go to the police to get you to stop. Heading there right now. It's like he's talking to a little kid. I'm talking to Santa Claus on the phone right now, Matthew. First off, stop contacting people connected to me. Stop. Secondly, I never fucking lied. I have said it was investor money I was relying on. Okay. This is, oh. Third, I have 2 months long emails from Roger saying he was open to it. He withdrew because he claimed the city wouldn't vote for it. That's why I didn't propose it at the city meeting. I had told the city clerk we were considering a different property. I have stated multiple times I was relying on investors. I never said I had the money. I even told Waylon I had little money and was relying on investors. None of this has nothing to do with copyright. Funny enough, it is you who have roped yourself with criminal charges. It is you, Mr. Harden. Oh my, how the tables have turned, Mr. Harden. Do not contact me or Waylon again. But how are you supposed to meet and confer, Russell? How does this work? I also have a restraining order against you today. Where the fuck is that? What a good way to lose your law license. Fuck off. Kindly. Oh, buddy. So, oh, buddy. And this is because Matthew Harden says, good morning, Mr. Greer. Yes, the trauma lumps, chat. How many trauma lumps have you caused, Matthew Harden? You are the hardship now. It's not the farms, it's you. Oh, poor Waylon. It seems like a pretty normal fella, yes. So he says, I note 2 interesting things from the meeting minutes. First, it appears you told the city council you attempted to purchase the motel. But you made this offer to purchase a substantial piece of real estate while professing to the court you were too poor to pay $400 and $1,000 in sanctions for your recalcitrant behavior. The owners were not willing to sell, but you decided it was an emergency to rezone their property and told the court you could not attend the hearing because of this emergency. Second, it appears you attempted to acquire and rezone property without the consent of the property owner, as reflected in public comments from Roger Baylock, the Scott Shady Court motel owner, which promotes itself as being family-friendly in all its advertisements. I'm sure it's the best place to win a mucka to do fucking fentanyl. It was unaware of your rezoning request till they saw it on the agenda. This family-friendly motel was particularly troubled to see its name appear in connection with your brothel advocacy for the first time at your request without notifying them. This appears to prove you committed a fraud on the Utah U.S. District Court. You also committed a fraud when you told the court you were financially unable to pay court costs. Sadly, it's another instance where we'll have to seek sanctions. And even more, you appear to have roped the Winnemucca realtor into your frauds and made him a witness. Do you have any explanation at all for why you should not be sanctioned for this blatant misrepresentation? Best, Matthew Harden. Oh, no, he's so mad. Russell is so mad, chat. He's big mad. Big mad, big mad. Big mad, little sad. So the court got involved again, and it put out another order. Court got another order, chat. Order denying the motion for a stay. So the judge is like, we ain't doing this, homie. We ain't doing this. So the court's order, which was granted in part and overruled in part on Greer's objection, were paying the reasonable expenses. So he was ordered to pay the defendants an award of $1,000 as a result of his non-disclosures. Yep. That's what happened. That's what happened. Greer disagrees with the court's order, but because the case is not concluded, he cannot appeal the sanction at this time. Greer seeks a 10% bond under Civil Rule 62. Judge Bennett denied a previous request. Greer interprets Judge Bennett's denial as being based on a lack of authority. However, Rule 62 does not apply to a court's order awarding fees. This is not a judgment for purposes of Rule 62. Therefore, it must be denied. Even if Rule 62 applied, the court would deny the motion for lack of merit. For reasons stated in the order, the sanction was needed. Greer re-urges the argument he did not need to comply because of who defendants are and that there is a question about whether pro se confusion constitutes bad faith. But Greer was not confused. He simply willfully chose to not comply with the order, despite his awareness of it. Therefore, he has to pay $1,000 on or before March 13, 2025. It has been more than 2 months since that deadline passed. Greer is ordered to pay the award no later than Monday, June 9th. Failure to do so may result in sanctions. Signed, David Barlow, District Court Judge. Slapping that dick in his face. Just going right there, chat. Right there, right in his face. So, you guys are saying, what about 304? I think I actually got 304 out of order here, but we covered 304, Ag, where Russell once again paid the $75. He's like, but that's what I need. Court's like, nope, not going to do it. So, yes. And then as I stated, chat, a couple days ago, Russell did pay the full filing fee as he was supposed to, like a good little boy. He did what the court told him. And then Russell, once again, panic for Russell. He files an emergency motion for a protective order. See, Russell, I kept your name out of the way. So Russell Greer requests a protective order under Federal Rule 26. And it says 2 weeks ago, plaintiff requested a continuance because he had accidentally scheduled a city meeting in Winnemucca. That's not what you said, though. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said it was an emergency. Yes, panic at the non-existent brothel. So, forgetting about this was a case hearing the same day. Winnemucca wouldn't reschedule, and the court wouldn't reschedule, so plaintiff showed up to the court hearing, and then showed up late to City Hall and was able to present his motion. That should have been the end of that. However, the defendants have bizarrely made it their business to get in the plaintiff's personal business, none of which had to do with the copyrights. The defendant's attorney CC'd a Winnemucca realtor and threatened to subpoena him for the supposed fraud on the courts. This is becoming ridiculous. Not only has Hardin's actions damaged personal relationships, but his actions are becoming intrusive and annoying and have nothing to do with the case. Therefore, the plaintiff seeks an emergency case protective order before he goes to the Las Vegas police. How would this do anything here? Plaintiff is trying to avoid that, as that would make this case very hard to litigate. Well, actually, Hardin and I talked about this. There's something funny that can happen if Russell does this, which will be really fucking funny. So, Russell, if you do this, Russell, the fucking lulls will be massively had. So I would not go this route. Do not do it. Botto's saying just go to the fucking police. He shouldn't do that. That will not end well for him. There's some Hardin did some looking, and it's very interesting. So I know, Russell, you're going to be like, what do I know? I'm just a fat man. You're right, I am. I'm just a fat guy. Eating my sandwiches and painting my little Wehrmacht troopers. I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys want him to take the funny route. Well, I'm sure he's going to do whatever he does. So plaintiff attempted to confer. He asked them to stop. Hardin replied he was conducting research. This led him to subpoena all communications from a Winnemucca realtor. After Hardin harassingly subpoenaed Whalen and accused plaintiff of frauds on the courts, which you are doing, and that Greer had roped Whalen into this with his frauds. The assertion was absolutely ridiculous, and plaintiff told Hardin so because plaintiff has said repeatedly he has little money and was relying on investors. Hardin has never once asked to stop plaintiff about all of this before embarking on the harassment request. Well, it's because you're a fucking liar. To be quite frank, when plaintiff requested IFP status, he was actually making more money than he is now. So you're lying. You admit you're lying. So you admit you're fucking lying, and now you can pay everything. You literally fucking lied, and you admit I lied to the court. Fucking bravo. Fucking bravo. Botto, what happened with the protective order request? I'm not going to tell you because the result will be fucking hilarious. I can't tell you. We got to let it happen. We got to let it happen. We got to see if Russell Greer has hair on his balls to file it. It'll be hilarious. I promise you that. There were last month, plaintiffs spent the summer sleeping in a car. They were the most 4 miserable months of his life. I bet it does suck sleeping in the car like that for extended time. Being homeless is not fun. While plaintiff is trying to start a business, it is not up and running. Plaintiff is in contact with investors who are interested in helping Greer's startup. And so he's going to Winnemucca as a middleman for the investors as the founder of a fledgling startup company. That's all he was doing, chat. That's right, chat. Russell Greer is he's following the Dan Pena strategy. QLA. He's trying to get there, chat. You watch. Soon Russell's going to be joining one of those conferences at the castle. And Dan Pena is going to be, Russell Greer is going to be helping Dan teach the kids the QLA process. He's going to be the $1 billion man, just like Dan Pena being the $1 trillion man. Regarding frauds on the courts, a plaintiff has explained that in 2020, he was making more money than he is now. Plaintiff also had more expenses, so plaintiff has been able to save up money now. Not only is Hardin wrongly assuming plaintiff's wealth and his mindset, but Mr. Hardin is now harassing innocent people who have nothing to do with the case. This is a case about copyright, not about land in Winnemucca or whether vice should be legal or debates on subjective notions of morality. Plaintiff will say once again, he goofed up by scheduling the city hall meeting the same day as the court hearing. That's all it was. Then why didn't you say that? You guys don't know who Dan Pena is? It's actually teach you how to make business deals. And I'll tell you, your parents were pussies for turning you out how you are. Your Honor, I'm just a Todd. It needs to stop. The plaintiff is being annoyed and embarrassed. And this annoying discovery has nothing to do with copyright law. It's a hardship, chat. It's a hardship. They want him to stop contacting Wayland Huber, anybody from the city of Winnemucca, in regards to Russell Greer, anybody from any other county in Nevada or city regarding Russell Greer, anybody else that the defendant believes plaintiff does business with. I mean, Russell, I could do this. I'll start doing it and just collecting information and putting it on the farms. Why not? Everybody fucking hates you. Anybody that has nothing of value to offer to anything pertaining to the copyrights at issue. Mr. Hardin also seeks that they stop bringing up the past restraining orders, whether being mentioned in the case or mentioned in others for the purpose of discovery. Mention of the restraining order is embarrassing and annoying and rather unfair since the court dismissed the defamation claims regarding Greer's many victims, to quote defendant's site. Further, those restraining orders have expired. Respectfully submitted, Russell Greer, my left foot. And he brings up the emails that are out there. And he says, stop, sir. Why do you continue to pursue irrelevant things? It was indeed a business meeting. I was there. Also a city meeting, too. The fact you even found out about it proves you're stalking me. I'm pursuing sanctions against you for abusing this. Your research is frivolous. Your research seems to conflict. You told the court contradicts what you told Betty. You had to bring up irrelevant protective orders. Failing to disclose, you represent a website whose owner has been involved in bomb threats and pedophilia. Yeah, so we've already addressed these, Chad. Oh, just more and more and more. Sorry, Russell. We're not going to let you your way out of this. And then Harding comes in, and this is probably some of the funniest stuff. Matthew Harding just goes straight to the point. Your Honor, can we just view the filing number 1? And what is filing number 1, chat? Well, it's the Informa Pauperis filing. They want motion for leave to review it. So they want to view the Pauperis filing, which is currently under seal. ECF number 1 is the Informa Pauperis. The document doesn't need to be unsealed entirely or released for public viewing. Just let us look at it. Right now, Matthew Harding can't look at it. It's restricted to court employees only. So when this was premised on the idea that Greer's status may have changed since this litigation was filed. And indicated in the recent filings and evidenced by the fact Greer has paid his filings this week, the defendants assert it's not dispositive of his fraud. And there's an argument it requires dismissal of an action when it was true or otherwise fraudulent. Greer's not a pauper today. And we also just know Russell Greer said, I was making more money back then. If the original application was untrue or fraudulent, rather than being overtaken by events, they respectfully submit dismissal as warranted. They want to investigate his statements from September 2020. And there's a growing body of evidence Greer may not have been impoverished during that time period. For example, Russell paid a state court filing fees in a lawsuit alleging he was deprived of the opportunity to buy land and build a brothel. The court's own records indicate that Greer was wealthy enough to spend $14,000 at brothels in Nevada, which is true. Russell's dropped over 14 G's on whores. Immediately before he commences litigation, the plaintiff was not a pauper. It's a matter of public record because Greer sued Taylor Swift in Tennessee by paying the full fee. Thus, it appears leading up to the filing of this lawsuit, Greer was comparatively well off. But during the crucial period around September, very little information is publicly available about his financial status. So they want to take a look at it. And what do they bring up? His other court filings. More stalking by Matthew Harding. This is once again Russell Greer versus Taylor Swift. And this is the complaint. He paid the $400 filing fee. All right. And there you go. Russell Greer is fucking himself. So those have better been fine assholes. No, they weren't. They're skanks. They're skanks. They're girls working at a fucking whorehouse. What do you think they're going to be? They're going to be okay, but you're not what do you think you're getting? You're not, getting some Russian hooker named Svetlana or something. Oh. So they point out Russell Greer comes again with a notice of supplemental authority about misrepresentation. Yeah, they're STD filled hoes. I've heard that too. They've been rode hard and put away wet. So Russell Greer comes back. And he says not only has Matthew Harding lied, but since honesty is brought up, Harding lied in the motion to dismiss he drafted and filed. Mr. Hardin has also misunderstood a single paragraph plaintiff wrote to start these frivolous discovery requests. Hardin claimed the plaintiff told his court he couldn't pay the $1,000 when he's like, that's not true. Hardin declared that he is too poor to pay the $400 and the $1,000. Plaintiff never once said that. That is a bald-faced lie. In his motion to stay, plaintiff said he disagreed with the sanction, not that he was too poor. Plaintiff did say in his Rule 60 motion that the too high amount of sanction would be a burden, which is true because plaintiffs were asking for $5,000, which would have wiped out most of his savings. However, in regard to the $1,000, the plaintiff only disagreed with the legal basis, not the basis of being able to pay. As will be established, Hardin has purposely twisted the paragraph plaintiff wrote in his opposition to give him an excuse. And Russell, quit using fucking orphans. Control Enter, start a new page. The plaintiff wrote, the plaintiff will probably just object to the order since it is a financial burden. Plaintiff has said he would pay it because he has some money saved up. And he goes through the whole thing here. And he says, the paragraph is pretty clear. Because Hardin has twisted Greer's words to give him an excuse, Greer will once again go over what he wrote. Plaintiff is a human being and has a life outside this case, chat. Plaintiff has money saved up roughly around $5,000. He's only making $14 an hour. Most of that 5 G's is going towards the business he's trying to start up. Plaintiff is also moving and needs money for moving, so it would have been a burden to dip in his business savings or use his meager paycheck to go towards the fee. He is relying on investors. Investors have not given him that money. Don't worry, soon, Russell. Soon. But because Mr. Hardin is making false and incredibly hurtful allegations, plaintiff just decided to pay the filing fee. Plaintiff wrote he has money saved up because it's true. Compared to what it's going to cost to start the business, the amount of money he have on him is indeed some. But that money is reserved for business. It was a vague sentence that could have been clarified. Well, that's your fault, Russell. Words mean things. Plaintiff was going to explain all of this in his screening application. However, plaintiff paid the filing fee, so it's moot. The defendant can't squawk IPF fraud. You mean IFP fraud? When the plaintiff never submitted a second application. Further, the defendants can't further squawk about fraud when they have never even seen the application from 2020. Because in the application, it clearly said plaintiff was moving from Utah to Vegas, and he was tight on money and trying to file before the statute of limitations expired for the book in November 2020, which is why he filed before the deadline. Lastly, it's 5 years too late for defendants to be crying about the first IFP status. No, it's not. They're learning about new fraud. What plaintiff wrote shouldn't have been hard to understand. This is a copyright case. Clearly, they have no defense to copyright infringement and are now lying about anything plaintiff writes. It shows the unprofessionalism of Mr. Hardin. Once again, total Hardin death. THD chat. Can I get in the chat? THD. THD. No F's in the chat. THD. Lastly, the defense are going to talk about honesty. It is they who lied in their motion to dismiss on so many occasions. Plaintiff even called out their lies in his opposition response when they wrote that plaintiff wasn't bothered by the infringement. That is patently false. Why do they get away with filing false statements but jump on any word the plaintiff writes? The irony is glaring. Respectfully submitted, Russell Greer, my left foot. Oh, poor Russell. Poor Russhole. Poor Russhole. Oh, chat, we've only got 2 things left. We've only got 2 things left here. So. We only got 2 things left, chat. We are at the finish line here, chat. At just under 4 hours. At just under 4 hours. God damn you, Russell Greer. You're fucking destroying our Friday nights. Oh. So Matthew Hardin does his quick memorandum in opposition to the emergency order. And Russell says to have this motion filed under Rule 26. And this is where Matthew Hardin is going to say, this is not the proper vehicle. A person for whom discovery is sought may move for a protective order. That provision is inapplicable because no discovery is being sought for Mr. Greer. except to the limited extent the court has stayed discovery. And no discovery at all is being sought from any third party. And Rule 26 contemplates remedies that all entail restricting or limiting discovery. But discovery has already been stayed. Thus, the motion is not only inappropriate, but the remedies contemplated would provide no relief at all. Discovery is already limited, with the only pending discovery being the production of an item, which is the subject of a motion to compel filed several months ago, the restraining order. This Kiki stuff is a legendary moment. I can't wait to watch this. So, Bella says we're retarded, aren't we all? Cedar Rose says, I'm surprised Russell hasn't gone on for me covering this. He tries to get these taken down for bullying, but I blacked out the addresses, so he's got nothing to bitch about now. I did say it would be a 4-hour stream. I feel vindicated. Well, if you said that, congratulations. And you guys have stayed the whole time. 4 hours and 15 minutes. You guys are chatting it up right now. We also have a comment over on Rumble. Logistical Nightmare says, for $10, no, stalker lawyer. It is you who has violated the law. Enjoy women legally in Nevada. Tootly Pip says, I just found you on Rumble. I can go into other apps while listening to you. I can't do that on YouTube with my iPhone. Well, there you go. Thank you. Aussie Mark, also hello. Over in Rumble Land. So, you're like, suck it, Sean. Suffer. Suffer, fat man. So they say Greer is factually incorrect numerous of his representations in the emergency motion. Among these statements are that Greer has either subpoenaed communications involving Waylon Huber or perhaps merely threatened to subpoena Huber himself. That's untrue. The defendants have stayed their discovery. The defendants have not issued any subpoenas in the current calendar year, and that's true. Subpoenas are on the record. The court dockets those. The subpoenas issued by the defense were withdrawn as a stipulation. The only ones there. The gravamen of the motion is his most recent attempt to misrepresent to the court that there was an emergency that required his presence as nothing more than a goof unworthy of investigation. To put it charitably, Greer's narrative has evolved considerably this month. It did. So they talk about, first it was an emergency, and then it was a goof. So it just keeps going and going and going. The defendants have already served but cannot file sanctions upon Greer for his materially false statements. And indeed, even since that motion reserved, additional evidence uncovering and regarding the extent to the emergency was non-existent. But if Mr. Greer has his way, defendants will forever be unable to prove the full extent of Greer's lies. So it should be denied. And then again, Matthew Harden with another fucking just coming right after Russell, just like, Russell's just sitting there, hang on, Drooly, hang on. Bada-bump. Also, do you guys like the red lines or the highlighter here? So, I don't know which one you want. Such mendacity, yes. I don't think Russell can pronounce that, though. So, we keep going here. So, new information filed by Greer himself adds to defendants' concern that Greer may have committed a fraud on this court back in 2020. Specifically, Greer now states that he was actually making more money now than he is now, but is well established by Greer's own admission that he is currently not a pauper. Well, what happened? Well, there is, if Greer is wealthier in 2020 than he is today, and it's undisputed that Greer is not a pauper, it's puzzling why this court would have granted Greer in form of pauperis unless there was some sort of misrepresentation. Yes. So you can only get it if your monthly income is equal or below to 200% of the poverty guidelines. In 2020, the poverty threshold for a single individual without dependents was $12,760. Thus, 200% of the poverty threshold is making less than $25,520 a year. Russell Greer claims he earns $14 an hour. Assuming he works 40 hours a week and even giving plaintiff the assumption he is only paid for only 48 weeks a year, with an entire month during which Russell Greer earns nothing at all but would have vacation or time off, it would appear that Greer's annual income is $26,880, more than twice the federal poverty line. But the math appears even worse than that because Greer assumes his court he assures this court he was earning more in 2020. Such as income would have been even higher than the current figures. Presumably, if Greer was honest, this court would have denied the IFP status. Additionally, since this was filed, social media posts of Greer in the months surrounding 2020 have surfaced. While yet not authenticated or presented in an admissible form, it indicates Greer had sufficient funds to hire a PR company in November 2020 to promote a song about body positivity, and sufficient funds to pay a male pop vocalist to help me with an audition, where he was trying to get on America's Got Talent. So here's Russell talking about this on Facebook. My press release to 300 websites, talking about beautiful song and body positivity. This is on a local news. And he says, I'm looking to pay a male pop vocalist $500 to $800 to help me with an audition in February for America's Got Talent, who he then sued when it fell apart. So it's difficult to believe the court would have granted IFP if it was aware of all this shit. True. While counsel at present cannot prove that Greer committed a fraud, counsel asked for the opportunity to investigate whether that is the case and to seek appropriate relief in the form of a mandatory dismissal. And they submit that the newly surfaced social media further bolster the assertion they should be permitted to view ECF number 1. Ooh, buddy. Wow. Wow, Russell. Oh, I think once again, Matthew Harding, kindly fuck off. Heartfelt, fuck you. Well, there you go, chat. Russell's fucked. It's slowly, the walls are closing in. He's running out of room to go. So. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go, chat. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That is what's happening. So. Joe Morris says, imagine what a standalone video channel could do with this material. Adding that city council meeting with an appearance from Greer was genius. I thought so too, but hey, the farms put it together and I grabbed the stuff where they put it up. So, but thank you, Joe. Useful Mistake says, bit off topic. Do you have any thoughts about the pending Mahmoud SCOTUS petition regarding whether parents can opt out of LGBTQ lessons? Well, they did have, they had oral arguments on this already. And that one's like 3 hours long. I have not had a chance to listen to it. That's something, hopefully, like maybe next weekend we'll probably cover. But I do think it's, they should have every right to. I mean, I think it's especially hilarious because now we're running into the sacred cows of like Islam versus gay rights. And it's like, boom. And it's funny how they clash. But no, as of this moment, I do not have an opinion. Sorry. Thoughts on the SCOTUS wire fraud decision yesterday? I did not have a chance to read that too yet. I'm sorry, you guys. I feel bad when you guys are like, did you read this thing yet? And I'm like, no, I'm doing other shit. I'm doing a lot of their lawyer stuff. And I'm like, no, I did gay IRL stuff. No, but that is something I did read like a little bit about. It's like, it sounds like it's interesting. I have not read it yet, LOL. But thank you for the super chat. David says, sorry, you can't submit public requests in compliance with Nevada law because it hurts Russell's feelings. Yeah, they're not discovery requests. It's a public information request. He's allowed to do that. Lamo for $10 says, when you drag out bullshit litigation and lie to defraud the court, Russ, your entire life becomes fair game. As Ethan Ralph said, it's all fair game. Everything's fair game. Yes. Thank you for the super chat, Lamo. And then Shredder S 07 for 10 subs, chat. That's right. Just coming in and crushing the Grays. Just crushing them everywhere you find them. Like their cars at a monster truck rally. Just burning out on those Grays. Wiping them out, drubbing them out there. Getting it done. Chris Ladd says, I'll commend you for staying focused on Greer during the Nick crash out. Well, I mean, it's happening. Like, You got to stick with what you stick with sometimes. And there'll be time to laugh later. Maybe we'll laugh tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll see. Ethan Ralph wasn't in custody. I didn't believe he would be, but I did hear that there were charges being filed against him. Sean, where is Clyde? Clyde is with 2.0, and I accidentally closed the door. So, Clyde, he's probably out there right now. So, is one of my hands Hispanic? I don't know. Are they Hispanic? I mean, they're fat. Like, they're big booty Latina hands. Is that what you're getting at? No, like, they're just hands. I am white, good sir. Like, white. Did I see the Afghani that shot 2 cops before getting air conditioned? No, I have not seen that. Trump gone and safe covered. How was Zoom court? Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, starting this week, I was told I had a 1:30 hearing in person and a 3 o'clock hearing in person. And then I had something at 11 this morning. Well, the 11 o'clock thing got continued. And then on Wednesday, they said, hey, the 1:30 is going to be virtual. And then yesterday, they said the 3 o'clock was going to be virtual. So this was really fucking good. I didn't have to go anywhere today. I got to stay home. Like, that was great. It was great stuff. I got to do things. I had to go run some errands. I had to go this was kind of bullshit today. I have a client. I had to get him discovery, and he needed an email to him. Okay. And it sucks because the county that I'm dealing with, they give you discovery as a stack of documents. They don't do fucking electronic for some reason. I don't know. So I was like, all right, well, I've got like 150 pages. I got to scan it to him. So I went over to Kinko's. You know how much it costs to fucking high-speed scan shit? 50 fucking cents a fucking page. It's like, why? Like, it would have been almost cheaper to print it out and then mail it to him. It was like fucking ridiculous. I thought it was a joke for a second, or I misread it, but no, it was 50 cents to fucking scan shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, nah, bro, we ain't joking, no cap. And I'm like, you guys are full of fucking shit. But I went and talked to UPS and it wasn't any cheaper. And I was like, it was already late in the afternoon. It was like 5 o'clock. I was like, well, fucking library's closed, so whatever. Ghost said the Grays made me in the beginning. We're here to stay. Well, yeah, you will. We'll just force you underground. Yes, I did see this. Letitia James, she admitted to him earlier, going after things, but yes. Kiki the Flat will be on her tonight. Hail Kiki. Well, are the farms talking about the crash out yet or not yet? So, Useful Mistakes says, sorry, chat and Sean, I have to peace out. See you later. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you, Useful. Hold on. Okay, there's like 100 pages on the farms. Oh, shit. All right. So, one looks jaundiced. Funny. Oh. Jason says, whoever's so generous, thank you for the membership. Well, yes, thank you guys for dropping subs earlier. I heard you got sandwiches too. Well, yes, a long weekend, bish. Yes, it is. But do you wear pants? Yes. Oh, that's highway robbery. Yes, it is. It's 2025. Yes. High-speed scanner, 89.99 at Best Buy. Yeah, I know, but I was like, shit, I got to get this done. But I need to get one. You could buy a printer with a scanner. I understand. I have a printer with a scanner. But you have to scan that, open it up, bop, scan, open it, scan, put it back. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So, look at this rich nigga paying this scan. Well, yeah. So, I know. Well, I didn't really look into it. I was kind of like, my guy needed it today. Because I had given him Discovery before, and he needed, he was going over things with his family, and it was it had to get done RFN, so. Yeah, I will probably get one now. You can't scan a PDF. I can with that little thing, and from Kinko's I could, yes, but it just was a pain in the ass. The Ohio County is stuck in the 1970s paper realm. This one is yes, which I don't understand. All the other counties will do everything digital, which is nice. 50 pages worth of chats. Ooh, buddy. The Farms movie so fast it's hard to keep up. Well, God, now I want to go read it. Nick's page is, yeah, 2.0 says it's like on fire right now. Nick's thread will be hitting over 9,000. It's like the cocaine in his daughter's hair. It's over 9,000, chat. Oh. So, give us a just mail it to me and you'll scan it for $200. Angela's language. I said you were black. You're black, but not black. I'm sorry, Angela. Why is the printers are so broken and awful? Well, yeah. Well, that's a LaserJet printer that I have. I'm probably going to get one of those, but I've never had to, like, normally that hasn't been a problem. So, dude's going over Discovery with his family. Well, yeah, they want to make the right decision. I don't blame them. So, Nate Corbin for 6 months been a member. Thank you, Nate. Happy arrest anniversary, one and all. Yes. I can get an industrial grade 10K scanner used for like $200. I gotta, it's gotta fit in this fucking room, and I'm not doing that. I'll get the $80 one. Kiki won. It was unexpected and glorious. Hey, that's how the great battles turn out, guys. Kane, Agincourt, Lake Trasimeme. You know, it's how are you gonna do? Battle of Actium. You know, people like, you know, it's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. Some of the greatest battles were not expected to turn out the way they did. Gaugamela. Gaugamela is one of the nearest run things you'd ever seen in your life. Or as Wellington said, Waterloo, the nearest run thing he had ever seen in his life. So let's see here. He nitrous across the room, Ricadally. Yes, Vivek will get me H1Bs to do stuff. Kiki has taken, she has taken San Joaquin Hill. Oh. Erica says, I only buy ink once a year and I print a ton. Yeah. So. Brother, I remember like when I was a kid, we had a Brother printer. And it was kind of shitty, but that was when we had like a Gateway 2000. You guys remember those? The cow boxes and shit? Shri says, hi, Sean in chat. So. On Galaxy Gas break number 12, he came back incoherent like Biden. That's, oh my God. So that's hilarious. I got to see these. Pat O'Connor says, what's the deal with Nick? He fucking slammed into the wall at full speed on camera, it sounds like. It sounds like Kiki fucking buck broke him. Fucking, she was very untoward with Nick's asshole and she broke it off in there. So it sounds like it. That's what it sounds like happened. Gateway 2000 was life. Yeah, I remember that. But that was like back in the day when you had to like start computer games. You had to know how to use DOS. So you felt like I was like a 10-year-old. I'm like a computer hacker starting up like Jane's games using DOS. It's like, wow. So we need a link. We'll go to the Farms and look for the Nick Ricada thread. So I had a Gateway laptop. They did laptops? Wow, I did not know that. That's weird. But I remember my mom had a work laptop and it was like I could run Delta Force 2 on it because it was like the most high, like that had more horsepower than our desktop. And that was kind of funny. And she got mad at me and she came home one night and was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, sorry, I had fun with it. I was playing Delta Force 2 and using the internet connection. Oh, hold on here. 2.0, what did you say? You should do the restream on locals. It's crazy. All right, I'll look for it. I'll look for it. You know, guys, we'll go over to locals, I guess, and take a look. That's what we're going to do, chat. Potentiallycriminal.locals.com. Promo code WHIPIT. Join 1 month free. We are going to go over this. We're going to take a look at it and see what happens. I don't know if it's there, but yeah, I didn't know Gateway did laptops. That's fucking crazy. No, he has that HIV. Who, Angela? Who's got that HIV? Who got the high five? Who's got the high five? Wait, somebody said that you actually had the Fighters Anthology? Hey, man. I didn't have that, but I remember I got like USNF 97. That was fucking fun. Kid Bathing says Jane's Games, Child Boomer. Yeah, I was like a 10-year-old playing Advanced Tactical Fighters. And that's back when you got like a fucking like intelligence briefing on everything. So basically everything you got a Jane's manual with everything. Like they were hard fucking games. And like, yeah, I had everything in that, man. That shit was like, I learned so much from those games. You have no fucking idea. And still the coolest U-boat game ever was Aces of the Deep. You played as the, Kriegsmarine. And it was epic. I got the fucking Knight's Cross of Oak Leaves during my campaign in World War II. I did good. I sat outside of Scapa Flow and just decimated the British, and they couldn't stop me. Oh. I was playing Top Gun NES. No, I didn't have time for peasant shit like that. I was playing real flight sims as a kid. So, wouldn't it be the high 4? No, because it's HI is high, and then V is 5. Ayla says, no, stay here. You don't have locals. You don't have, just sign up for free. Sign up for free. Use the promo code WHIPIT. 1 month free. US setup was great. Yeah, the Vietnam campaign was tough as shit. Although the USNF campaign, the 97 campaign, there's the coup in Ukraine, and you have to do like you load up with a bunch of harpoons, and you have to do an attack on the Black Sea Fleet. Holy shit, I remember that mission. It is like that gave me nightmares because it was really fucking hard to do, and I kept getting shot out of the sky. So I showed up, like rolled in there with a bunch of harms and just started like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of cheated on that one. I turned on infinite ammo. It just sat there and was like, just spamming harm missiles out to kill all the SAMs. Steph Lear says, I already used my free month on locals. Well, then I'll do this one open. We won't charge for this one, chat. We're gonna do a community stream, no cost at all, for the benefit of the community. So don't worry about it. Show up on locals. So you know what? Don't worry about it, chat. You're showing up for free. You're showing up for free. Don't worry about it. You're showing up for free. It will cost nothing. I will just put it out there. It'll be a free stream for all members. I was playing TIE Fighter. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter was a lot of fun too, but yes, spelled Whippet. Yes. IT is for nitrous. ET is a dog. There's a dog called a Whippet. Nixon's top guy. The best plumbers only. H.R. Haldeman, among others. Says, happy arrestiversary. The Greer stuff is some of the most underrated Kino legal content. Absolute gems in there. Oh, they are. It's amazing. It's amazeballs, as the kids might say. Anderson Cooper says, I used to play B-17 Fortress on DOS. There was this other game, but I feel like nobody ever played it. Air Warrior 2. That was a fucking difficult game. When I used to go online, I'd get fucking owned with it. Are we doing models tonight? No. We're going to watch Nick crash and burn. Nate Corbett for 10 subs! Let's go, chat. Let's do this. Hydrosphere says, you're a good guy. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try to be. Wing Commander owned everything. Wing Commander was fun, but go to locals and search locals.com. Guys, it's well, hold on here. Use the it's potentiallycriminal.locals.com. You don't worry about the 1 month free part. Just potentiallycriminal.locals.com. That's active right now, okay? So we're gonna go find this stream and we're gonna try to watch it. So meet me over there. Oh, Air Warrior 2 was 1997. My game was like 5 years older. Aces Over Europe. I never played that. Nick was shrieking on stream. Oh my God. I want to see this. 2.0. My lovely, lovely future Mrs. Martin 2.0. Yeah. Why are we forced to use locals? That way I can't get copy striked if we're going to watch NLO stream. What are we watching? Apparently this little piggy. Apparently Nick crashes out on it. So we're going to go watch it. Chat, we're all set. We've caught up. I think I've got everybody's super chats. I've got everybody's members' messages. I think I caught up all the way. We are all done. Russell Greer is toast on a cracker. We are going to get to this. So, chat, I will see you guys over at Locals shortly. Just remember till next time. Just because you drool on it doesn't mean you can build a brothel. Good night, chat. Take care. I'll see you guys over at Locals.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?